We still got a few more days to slay. It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
With my head again, you had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EURC, and boy, it is good to be back. We are entering the playoff stage of the competition. I am joined by Ejam and Madge, and I think it's fair to say that things are heating up. And of course, the games we've got today, we've got 3 lower round elimination matches, all best of 7s, and then we got 1 upper bracket to tail out the day. Of course, the 1 lower bracket match we won't have will be EURC versus ULB. That match you'll have to wait until Wednesday, because of course we'll have those matches on Wednesday, and I should hope you'll see our schedule on screen. Of course, our first match of the day will be the TUD Apes going up against Tilburg United, then followed by the current domestic upper bracket finals in NSE, Salford Lions against the Loughborough Lions. One of them is going to be eliminated in lower round 1. Of course, following that, you've got Essex Blades and Esports Team 2020, the only other team other than ULB to make it through groups somehow, despite having a negative game differential. And then, of course, we round out the day with the all-German matchup between Basilisk Berlin and Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. And even if they're not the series today, Madge, how are you feeling about this playoff bracket? And are there any series in particular that you're looking forward to?
So yeah, I think we've got fixtures across the board where I think that any team playing feels like they have a chance of getting through to the next rounds. I think, interestingly, our second fixture today, Salford against Loughborough in the lower bracket. I don't think anyone really would have thought that such a big fixture, such a big matchup would happen straight away, especially in the lower bracket. Similarly, there's on Wednesday we have Kiel against Bournemouth. So we have domestic teams here in the UK playing against each other in EURC, and it could have implications for us domestically as well, and as well across Europe. So yeah, big week for all the UK teams, I think.
Yeah, certainly, you're right. A lot of UK teams playing each other, and also in the upper bracket, double German matchups as well coming out of the Uniliga. But Ejam, what a series we've got to open up the day. TUD Apes and Tilburg, right, in this elimination best of 7. I'm nervous about it. I don't know about you. Both these teams 4-3 in their groups, and exactly the same +2 game differential. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, I'm pretty nervous for TUD. Obviously, with NUIG being knocked out, TUD are the only Irish team left, so they have the weight of a nation supporting them, but obviously that can lead to pressure as well. And of course, the lower bracket, they can't afford to mess up. You know, there's no second chances now, not like the upper bracket where it's not the end of the world. There's a lot of big games, a lot of big teams in the lower bracket, so you know it's a big step forward for anyone to try go the whole way. But with so many upper bracket teams that are going to be knocked down to the lower bracket as well, it's just going to get more difficult and difficult. But you have to start strong. This game is a must-win for both. TUD won their quarter-final match in ice last week against the University of Limerick. They won very convincingly, they won very strongly. And now tomorrow they have their semi-finals as well. So while they don't want to tire themselves out for a semi-final tomorrow, they still want to try go as far as possible to prove that Irish teams can do well outside our domestic league. So obviously a lot of pressure on them to do well. It's all about how calm and collected they can be. But hopefully now we'll see them do very well. But obviously Tilburg, same boat. So, you know, I'm obviously biased towards the Irish team here. But Tilburg as well will have the exact same mindset. It's a must-win game for them. So it'll be interesting to see how both of these teams approach the first game of the lower bracket. I suppose whoever loses can focus more on their domestic league, but obviously getting far in a European Championship will be a lot more rewarding than winning your domestic league, which in TUD's case are looking to do again for the second split in a row.
Indeed, I think you're spot on with the all or nothing, really finding themselves, both teams, in the depths of this lower bracket, and it may be a hell of a long way, but if you get that first series under your belt, the confidence that can give you to try and go all the way, who knows? And I mean, Madge, let's talk more about Tilburg, of course. I mean, I think it's hard to talk about Tilburg without talking about Smickelbear. In terms of individual performance in the group stage, he was top 10 across the board, scoring over a goal a game. I don't know how TUD plan on keeping him from scoring, but it's easy to think it could have been so different for them, right? That three-way tie in Group A, all teams on +2 game differential with Kiel, EURC, and Tilburg, because they, had lost them both heads-to-heads, right? They sort of missed out.
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. In going into this fixture, we see Tilburg and the TUD Apes both with a 4-3 record, and both with a positive 2 game difference. So, I mean, if you look at it on paper like that, there's not an awful lot to separate between them. And both Group A and Group C, they both seem very competitive groups. I just say about Smickelbear, I think it'll be interesting. It might turn into maybe the Shane versus Smickelbear show. Two very attacking players who you'd say were really the backbone of these two sides. Maybe the series comes down to which one of them can pop off most, which of them can maybe clip on the opponent and really drive their team to victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair enough comparison. Harsh, maybe, on their teammates, of course. I brought up Smickelbear alongside King Kong and Tom. Do you think that's fair, though, Ejam? Before we go into predictions, you've got Shane on the side of the TUD Apes, alongside, of course, N Cannon and My Parable, who I think are fantastic players too. But when you look at the stats, TUD Apes, the 4th lowest scoring team in the group stage, and Shane was responsible for more than half of their goals. How much pressure do you think that puts on him going into this series?
Well, Shane has always been the strong standout performer in ICE in general, let alone this TUD team. I think he has 2 good teammates supporting him though, but I think it's a case of trying to score those goals will be important. They're a low scoring team. They haven't been dominating like they have in ICE. Obviously, now that they're in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, they'll be playing against more, tougher opponents than they have been in their group stages. However, it's just the experience of this tournament, I think, has helped them. Obviously, a huge game tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see how they deal with the pressure. Smickelbear, 1 goal a game, that's not a statistic you want to see when you're trying to defend against something like that, because it's expected that they get a goal from a game. And then if they don't score in the first game, who knows, they might score 2 the next game to make that 1 a game. So obviously when you're looking at these stats, they can be very deceiving, but then I can also say a stat such as TUD haven't lost a game yet in ICE, which makes them look unstoppable, even though they have been stopped in EURC. So stats do not mean everything. I do love my stats. I do love using stats. However, statistics don't determine who's going to win a game. So it's all about whether Shane shows up today or not. He won my tournament, the 1v1v1v1, you get the idea. He won that tournament. He won his quarterfinals full of confidence last week. I have a feeling they're going to be playing well today. They've been practicing a lot together. He's no longer playing with me, which I'm very upset about because he's scrimming so much. But I have a feeling TUD, they won't be looking at stats. They won't feel under any pressure from what I know. So it'll be interesting to see now just how they approach this game 1, whether or not Smickelbear will continue their 1 goal a game stat, or whether, Shane's teammates can actually start scoring goals as well.
All right, well, we'll hope the pressure doesn't get to them too much. It may be lower round 1, but it is elimination on the line. So let's speed run any percentage of predictions. Mad, I'm expecting a close series, but which way do you think it's going to go?
Well, I'm going to predict that Ejam may go for the Apes, TUD Apes for a victory today. So I might try and remain impartial on the desk here, maybe predict Tilburg. I think I've noticed the series of which Tilburg win, they tend to be very consistent and maybe grind teams down after winning game 5s, whereas the Apes tend to either win fast or lose fast, a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s in their series. So I'm going to go with Tilburg, but I'm going to say a comfortable Tilburg victory here. I'm going to go 4-1 to Tilburg.
Okay, well, I don't know how you feel about that, Ejam. 4-1 victory to the to Tilburg United. Do you think you and the TUD Apes are going to have any of that?
Well, the last time you asked me to predict an Irish team, I didn't. I predicted EURC, but I got a lot of backlash for that. So to make sure they don't get upset with me, I'm going to go 4-3 TUD, because I do see Tilburg winning a lot of games, but I do see TUD being able to fight back. I don't think they're going to be high-scoring games, but I do think TUD will take the series 4-3.
All right, well, 2 very closely matched teams, two very well played together as a team in terms of the fact that, well, TUD may not be a high scoring team. They are second for assists per goal. 90% of their goals have been assisted, and maybe that just team unit sort of is going to carry them through this high pressure series. Only Stuttgart with a higher ratio at 92, but in 4th in that statistic is, of course, Tilburg United a huge significant portion of their goals also assisted. And I can't help but notice that Tilburg scored a whole lot more. And I think that's the sort of thing that will boost your confidence during a series. I think the TUD8 are up against it. I do believe they can do it, but my bet will go on Tilburg United. I think they're a little bit too good. Not sure on the score, but I know even on my prediction sheet, I had Tilburg as well. I'll say 4-2. And of course, we wait for the players to join the lobby, because the lobby, of course, went down in between test lobby and not. So the panel may be leaning in favour of Tilburg, but I think it's fair to say, right, Madge, that we are expecting a close series.
Yeah, and especially when it's such a high pressure situation straight away in the lower bracket, it may be a bit of a nervy start, and maybe it's the first team to make a mistake, and it may just impact a game or 2 games, and even in the best of 7, you don't want to put yourself at risk of throwing away games straight away. So it may be like the first one to blink. It could be crucial in a series like this.
It could. All right. Well, thank you for those comments, Madge. As our players have joined the lobby, we're going to kick you out of the studio, and me and Ejam, we're going to head down to the field. Of course, reminder, best of 7s all the way in this playoff bracket. And, well, elimination on the line. I'm nervous, Ejam. I'm sure you're nervous.
How do you think I feel?
Will be on Utopia Coliseum, and Shane, he's first to join the game. We'll have to see how the kickoff will go and who will get the breakthrough goal.
Well, hopefully TUD, but no crazy kickoff strategies. TUD were trying that during the week, so that's nice to see. But I always talk about how important game 1s are. And something that Irish teams don't actually do a lot is demo people. As you see Smickelbear straight away going for Parable. TUD will not be used to this, and NUIG, they struggled a lot. I was talking to Linsky, said the amount of demos that they tried to, avoid, it makes them feel uncomfortable, and it made them lose games. So if Tilburg here go into this game knowing that TUD aren't used to demos, I think they have a very strong chance of beating them. But if they let TUD get comfortable, they're very coordinated with the 3-man passing plays, and they can get back quickly to defend. So we'll see how they adapt to that. But as long as TUD are left comfortable and not avoiding demos, I think that will be, their strong point.
Oh, I mean, TUD have certainly had the majority of the offense, though. Encannon, the lowest scoring player on them in the group stage. He was less than 0.3 goals a game, and his first shot is gonna go wayward as Tilburg.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, nearly TUD turning it into their own net, but they're gonna get away with that one. Tilburg, as you say, were looking for the physical play early on, and somehow we're still goalless in game 1, though Shane having to make the clear from the backboard is not gonna be good enough, and that man Smickelbear is gonna open up with the first goal of the series.
Yeah, Shane did well to recover initially, getting back onto the backboard to clear it, but Smickelbear, right place, right time. Parable was stuck in net, unable to reach the line in time. And backboard plays is something TUD will also not be used to domestically, because most of the teams they've played against so far... Oh no, what's this? What?
I mean...
Lacto?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, the kickoff is gonna work. Shane gonna force the 50, and then Smickelbear just can't stop himself scoring. And in a high pressure game, he's actually gonna put it in his own net. We talked about his shooting prowess. We didn't know just how good it was. He's typed in chat saying PayPal. The questionable decision making, and when you're in an elimination match and you get that, trying to get them jitters out in game 1, mistakes like that can happen, and TUD have had a gift here, and they could get another. My Parable gonna get a second for the Irish side here, as some very questionable defense. The clear out into the middle from King Kong Tom with the pre-jump, and just like that, it's turned on its head.
Yeah, Tilburg here are doing exactly what I wanted them not to do in making TUD feel comfortable. They've just... That own goal was almost a ceiling feature. It was actually quite a good finish, to be honest. I'll give them credit for that. But again, sloppy defending, a bit like TUD's first, goal they conceded. Weak backboard clear. But now Tilburg, they're looking a bit more aggressive. They're getting the ball towards that TUD net. But TUD, they tend to sit back and relax in the EURC when they're winning games. And that's a weak passing field. Parable almost getting it in the end. But right now, this game, you can see Tylacto, both teams are uncomfortable, and I think it's a case of what team's going to be able to settle quickest.
Now, another dangerous shot from Shane, as I feel like TUD have definitely had more offense, and it's starting to show more and more as maybe the nerves seriously on show for Tilburg in such a high pressure series as well. A dangerous shot coming out from Tom there, but Shane with a huge save off the inside of the crossbar.
That was very quick to get back from Shane. Shane is quick. He is, just to put even more pressure on him, he is the highest ranked player in Ice. He's the only supersonic legend that we have. Well deserved of the rank as well. So we'll see now if he's able to keep this defense up. He's known for it. He can again, there he goes. 3 saves already this game. He's very quick on defense. He's a nightmare to play against from my own experience, just based on you think you have an open net and Shane will get back quickly, and he manages his boost very well as well. Now he won't hit insane redirects like that all the time, but as long as TUD can keep the ball away from their goal, avoid getting caught on the counter attack like now, I think they could potentially hold on to this. But Tilburg, they're looking better, they're looking more attack minded, and I think both teams finally starting to settle this into this series.
Indeed they are, as off the backboard it rolled for Tilburg. It's a touch from King Kong trying to keep them some possession. They looked good opening up, but now TUD Apes walk through the door and just slap them in the face. They're kind of a little bit shaken up as they've got a little over a minute here to find this equalizing goal in game 1 of the long best of 7. And who knows if we could be going the entire distance here. Shane again there clearing from the backboard, but TUD Apes there just very well structured as a team. Every time you look, they're quite well spread out, and that's just so helpful so that you don't have to worry about, I was just about to literally. As that way, when you're high under pressure, Tom with the flick.
Tom,
he's got the equalizer. A brutal play from Tom from Tilburg turns the defense of TUD inside out. I mean, I feel bad for my Parable after that one.
I do as well, but that's the aggressive style I was talking about that us Irish teams are not used to. So Tilburg worked hard to get that goal, worked hard to tie the game up. Of course, that was such an unfortunate own goal to give TUD the 1-1 draw in the first place.
Yeah.
But for now, they're looking so much better with their backboard players. They're finding passes, but TUD all of a sudden, they're in the attacking third. However, both players retreating, and both TUD players going for corner boost there means no one's able to follow up on that ball. But TUD right now, they're looking a little shaken. I think they did get lucky with that own goal and that poor backboard read. However, we'll see now if they can snatch the game away in the last 7 seconds. With Hilacto, I think this could be a case of almost, 7 overtime games, because these two teams so evenly matched from what we've seen so far.
We thought we might get a low-scoring series, but game 1 has been anything but, as we'll be getting 5 no matter what. Tom, again, looking dangerous now off the kickoff, and as you say, TUD looking a little bit nervous though. Shane without boost to put that one away, following a great dunk on his part. Enkanen with another good dunk. Certainly, maybe they can catch Tilburg off guard though. Into the midfield it goes. Finds Smickelbear looking for the double touch, leaves it for Tom though. He's going to whiff contact on this point. A high pressure shot, and didn't quite rise to the occasion as off that wall it goes. Tilburg again finding themselves uncontested, though they just give it back to TUD as here we go. Shane is going to get the hit, going to get another, and it's just kind of nervous. Neither side really wanting to overcommit. You can see they've always got at least 2 players back inside their own half, as maybe Tilburg can aggress now. Tom with that shot, though he couldn't get around the ball. It was a nice passing play from Tilburg though, and TUD, I don't know, they kind of got some cold feet right now though. Maybe they can get some offense here.
And Shane going for a demo, that's very unlike TUD, but if TUD sort of see that there's 2 players back all the time, and they start causing havoc, if there's 2 players on the line, and you see a player going towards you, both players will jump naturally, as Shane with the shot. Great save from Tom. But this game is so hard to call. In RLCS, we've seen some crazy 15-minute overtimes. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some today, Hilacto.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you get very passive play from 2 nervous sides with 2 defenders, no matter what, is it's either going to take a very miraculous play to break it down or a very tragic mistake, and you always worry that it might be the latter. We've already had a spectacular own goal this game as Tilburg looking to hold up the orange wall in front of their net. Downfield they go now. Tom with the delayed flick,
Shane.
and it can't be kept out. Shane too far forward, going to turn it into his own net, returning the favour, though I don't know if he could have kept that one out if he tried much harder. Tom with another important goal, and Tilburg are going to take game 1.
Yeah, Shane has been scoring some unbelievable own goals recently in ice, I can tell you that much. It was a very difficult shot to save regardless, but I feel Tom, with 0 boost in the air that whole time as well, did very well to actually put that in a position where Shane would struggle to defend. Smickelbear got his goal and an own goal, so I'm not sure does that count as 2. That's for the stats team to decide, but for now, it's very interesting to see how this series will progress.
Yeah, I mean, TUD Apes, coming out of Ireland with the majority of shots in this first game. They put up 11, and yet their 2 goals came in a quick flurry that was at the time a little bit against the run of play. And now that they've sort of have to deal with this game 1 loss, I do worry for them. They do have a whole best of 7 to try and turn things around, of course, Ejam, but not getting that first game, you were saying yourself how important game 1s can be. Is you think maybe that could, settle the Tilburg nerves, whereas TUD Apes, it's even worse than when they came into the series right now.
It is, but Shane's performing, and as long as N Cannon and Parable can see that Shane's playing well, they pick up confidence off him. Shane's one of those leaders where you just want to play well for him because he's given it absolutely everything all the time, whether it's a casual game with myself or whether it's 6-mans or whether it's ice tournaments. He's given it everything all the time. So if he can just rally his teammates, let them know it's not over, let them know it's a long series, they can win the next 4 games in a row. But it's the fact that they have to win 4 games at any stage without letting Tilburg get there first. As Smickelbear with a lovely shot, unlucky not to score that. But you do not want to be leaving this man open nets of all players.
No, you certainly do not, as CUD will get through the first 30 seconds unscathed here. An important one straight after losing a game so that you sort of don't end up getting completely rolled over on as well. A nice aggressive dunk is going to see them down into the Dutch end as well. Twitch chat did side with the TUD Apes in a 76% majority. Nearly 12,000 smackaronis on top of their heads. Maybe more pressure, you could say, or maybe just clearly the more popular team as well. In Cannon won't quite find that double touch. My Parable is going to try and build from the wall here, though, with a delayed flip. Tom, he's seen that one before, is unfortunately going to be blocking that one as a nice dunk again. TUD getting so many aggressive challenges, and they certainly look at their best when they are getting these dunks, but it's what they get after them is kind of proving a little bit underwhelming right now. They're very good at getting the ball deep into the Tilburg end, but rarely do they actually have the ball while doing it.
Yeah, very, I'm not really sure how to describe the style of play at the moment. I think both teams a bit lazy in possession. As I say that, Tom gets a lovely shot, but both teams, they're not looking for passing plays, they're just trying to boot it up the pitch and then try to swing a ball infield or off the backboard in the end. Shane with half a chance here. Bricklebear up quickly to clear it, but TUD right now, they're not playing like I'm used to seeing them play. And as I said in the pre-game talk, this is because they're not used to playing against teams of this caliber domestically, and even in just the Irish normal leagues, not college leagues. You see them on different teams as well. So the only time these would play together really is through ice. When it comes to opponents such as this, it's unnatural for them to play it. But we'll see how they react. But if the goal goes in here, for instance, that would have broken them.
That really would have. That's a massive touch from N Cannon to somehow squeeze that one away to the side, though. Tilburg still with offense. TUD. Oh, they're looking like a bunch of penguins right now, just stood around like, who's going to clear this ball? But they finally get it away, and still goalless past halftime in game 2, and the nerves have not let up one bit. You lose this series, you are out of EURC, and that sort of implication can't help but make you want to not take too many risks. But another random whiff coming out, this time from Smickelbear. Again, the nerves just super high pressure series. Everyone much rather playing to not lose, and nobody really playing to win, as King Kong has to get this clear off the backboard. Will get it though. Tom and TUD will donk him in the process. My Parable with a great shot towards the net forces another double commit out of the Tilburg defense, but King Kong, his touch going to buy them some breathing room. Smicklebear allowed time to control this one. He hasn't got much boost to his lane though, as he's going to fake past one, but Shane is going to get it round off that corner curve. But King Kong clearing it away as reliable backball clears from him. Have been keeping Tilburg reasonably comfortable on the defense, though a late goal here could be massive. Oh my goodness! An absolute cannon of a shot from Shane. He clearly learnt that from the very best, the one who assisted it.
How top corner could you get that from that angle? That was perfect shot placement, and that is going to lift TUD massively. However, this stage in the last game, they also had a goal lead, and they ended up losing. And we saw when TUD went ahead in the last game, Tilburg came alive very quickly, as now you see, I believe it was Tom going for the demos, but Parable, great save. The pressure, that was a quadruple commit, you love to see it. But right now, TUD, this is going to be a long minute for them.
Indeed, the final minute. You said last game that they tend to let off the gas a little bit when they get the lead in EURC, and really, I don't know if they can afford to. It's so much easier to defend the further down the pitch you are, as goal line saves like that from My Parable are fantastic, but you'd certainly rather not be having to make them in the first place as well. He's going to be trying to flick it past one. He will actually get it back on, and another somehow. Didn't look convincing yet. Clearly he knew what he was doing. He's dead now, but certainly a lot of breathing room and time bought for TUD Apes into the final 30 seconds. There you go. Tilburg still looking for an equalising goal here, and Cannon with a slap to the backboard. The read not going to be there as Tilburg maybe on the counter-attack. Tom is up. He's off the wall. Can he get it under Shane? No. The big dunk comes through as King Kong into the final 10 seconds here. Tilburg, they're just knocking at the door, and TUD Apes are just not opening up. Cannon again going to dribble past multiple players, and it's down deep in the Tilburg end. My Parable will not find the shot. Smicklebear will clear it downfield. King Kong is sending it, but it surely will be down. The dunk is there. It's across the net, but surely not. Tom, he's up. It's floating high. Cannon is not going to get the block, but that's because no shot came through, and the shot will come through. Smicklebear, always so reliable for Tilburg, and he has kept them in game 2 at the dead here.
That is tragic for TUD. Smicklebear, goal of game again. At the absolute last possible second, TUD are going to be broken. It is so important that they win this overtime. So I have a feeling they might just tilt into oblivion should they lose this.
Yes, constantly they're playing to not lose, they're not playing to win. Smicklebear again aggressing as the momentum thoroughly with Tilburg. All three players back from the TUD Apes. The infield pass, the confidence from Tilburg beginning to shine through as the Apes, they need a response right now. The whole of Ireland is betting on them as a whiff touch from King Kong, uncharacteristically, maybe opens up a chance here. Cannon finds Shane down the wing as he pops it back inside. The touch to the backboard is going to force out the double commit as My Parable won't be able to get that challenge as King Kong. Oh my goodness, likewise double commit, but a pinch on the side of the TUD Apes. It's going to see them buy some time as we settle back into this 2-back, 1-forward, nerve-wracking contest as we've already gotten through a minute of overtime.
Yeah, our second overtime in our second game. I think these teams are respecting each other a lot, and that is why we're not seeing any crazy plays, because they both know they're very equal in level. Crucially though, Tilburg, with that 1-game lead, they can afford to maybe be a bit more risky than TUD, but a 1-game lead, you want to try to take that. You don't want to give TUD any confidence to get back into this game if you are them. Tom picking up the clear here, looks like it's going towards Parable. But TUD now, they're starting to look a bit better on the offense. But like, would it be fair to say that both of these teams are almost taking in turns having dominant stages of the game? It never seems to be back and forth. It seems to be on one side of the pitch for a long time. As Cannon unlucky to pick that up, and now Tilburg's turn to it, or not.
Indeed, well, they're going to be cut out as they will get the ball eventually, as you say. As kind of nervous right now, is because you did say we could have 7 overtimes, and while TUD Apes' passiveness and the clutchness from Tilburg has seen us get our second with the buzzer-beating goals. Cannon going to try and force it forward, get that away from the TUD goal, he says, as the midfield challenge will have to come out. He's going to pick it up again. Nice play from the Irish University. It's a big demo, but he can't quite find the pass to top it off. King Kong is going to be able to run it down the line with a pinch. Gets it nice and high. Can he find the infield? No, Shane will get that dunk as it's slapped straight back up to the backboard. It bounces down, and Tom is there for the open net. He's going to get the overtime winner for the second time in a row after 2.5 minutes of overtime. And the TUD Apes are reeling. They had it in the bag, and well, the cat got let loose, and Tilburg will be 2-0 up here in the best of 7.
Yes, that's going to be a bit gut-wrenching for TUD. Not only did they lose 2 overtimes in a row, but they scored a 0-second goal after Shane's unbelievable top corner finish. TUD right now, it's a lot to ask for to come back 4 games in a row. They definitely don't want to lose the next game because a reverse sweep is so difficult
rare
to do.
As well.
Like, just
so rare.
It's so tough, so rare. It is possible, but it's tough. TUD, they really need to give it everything in this next game. Otherwise, I have a feeling it could just be Tilburg, rolling over, because that would be very tilting. If I was a TUD player right now,
having such a lead for that whole game. I mean, offensively, they really were crushed. 12 shots to 4 in favor of Tilburg. You can't really say they didn't deserve it, but the game plan from TUD Apes to give it up on 0 seconds, that is so painful, just mentally, as you say. They might get a second to break, as I believe the Rocket Benelux stream has changed producers, but the pressure will not be lifted. It is only being amped up on the Irish University right now, and it's just painful to see it go in at 0 seconds, but it really was coming for a long time. At times, they even kept that ball up themselves. They'll be thinking about it right now. You want to get it out of your mind. That game is in the past. They're down by 2, but the series is still to be played, and I just feel like one of the first things you said in game 1, the second they get the lead, they sort of play more defensively, and it just seems to be their massive Achilles heel right now.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. They need to start going for 2-goal leads. 1 goal isn't going to settle it, because if Tilburg are going to be producing last second, minute left goals this whole time, 1 goal isn't going to cut it. They have to go for 2. They need to score first, and then they need to score again and try to get that 2-goal cushion, because they are a low scoring series. 2-1, 3-2. It's not full of goals. All the goals seem to come more or less at the same time, like we saw in that game 1. Will be interesting now to see just how they go forward. Can they take this game? Can they get a game back in this series, or will they be looking at doing the reverse sweep, where if they don't do the reverse sweep, they're knocked out?
Straight up knocked out, and yeah, certainly better to take a game sooner rather than later, and it's just painful to see, really. We talked about it on the panel, the 4th weakest offense in EURC, and I'm afraid you just can't progress deep into the tournament with an offense that poor. They need more than 1 or 2 goals a game if they're going to be taking this series. They need it, not just for the games, but at this point, I feel like for their own confidence, as each and every game that goes like that, you have to feel it gets harder and harder for TUD Apes to beat a Tilburg team that is surely growing in confidence.
Yeah, they'll be growing in confidence. We'll see now who picks up this first goal in this game 3 now that we are back. That's an open F for Tom, and as I say that, Caster's curse, as usual. I love doing this to the Irish teams. They hate me for it. But TUD, everything now has to be thrown into this offense. They can have a great defense. They can have the best defense in the league, where they only concede 0.5 goals a game. But if they're not scoring goals, well, what's the point in having a statistic such as that to throw back? They need to play aggressive. They need to change their play style. They need to go for demos. They need to do something. They need to try something while you still can. Because if they lose this game, but if they try some things and they see how it works, it's a case of, well, we might be able to just put pressure on them. Because then, if they do start to reverse, Tilburg are going to start feeling, oh no, this is actually going to happen. So, obviously, still in the driver's seat by a long way here. King Kong, massive save. TUD, they have to change their play style, otherwise they will be crashing out in, I believe, 17th to 20th place.
Yeah, indeed it will be. Your spot on there is a painful series and a painful way to go out if it were to continue. Last game thought they were fortunate to not concede in the first 30 seconds. This time, Tilburg will make sure that they are not that fortunate, and it's always not fun to come off the back of a game loss straight into conceding an early goal. Credit to Tilburg, they are not letting their foot off the pedal, and King Kong will send that one across. And TUD8's going to try and respond, but this patient defense from Tom, he's not worried at all. And you can see the confidence as he slaps it from shore to shore again, forcing a big save out of my parable. King Kong going to keep up this pressure, though. He's looking for a bump. He's looking for a demo, and Smickelbear is going to buy time. All three players back watching from TUD8. No one up committing. They're just inviting Tilburg round for a tea party, and they're just saying, sure, we'll step right in. Shane is going to get the ball back in the final third. He's going to try and build it down the midfield, but intercepted there. You can see how much further down the pitch Tilburg are challenging the TUD8 as opposed to vice versa.
Yeah, TUD, that was very interesting when you mentioned all three players in the half. That was like a Mexican standoff for almost half a second or so.
Oh.
Because both three players on their side. Tilburg will take that all day long. They have a goal lead.
Yeah.
Let TUD come to them and then just knock it past them. Make life difficult, as maybe Smickelbear maybe should have left it to his teammate there. Won't be punished for it with a quick counter-attack, but if TUD don't go forward, Tilburg can just relax all day long. That was a bit of a mistouch. Smickelbear, insane redirect. Oh, and Gannon picks it up in the end. But right now, Tylacto, it's a case of TUD, they're way too defensive. We keep saying it, but if that's their playstyle, you know, is it too little too late to try and change their playstyle this far into a tournament where they're 2 games down? Or is there hope for them still? Because it's hard to tell at this point how they're feeling.
Maybe. They'll feel like it should have worked in game 2, though. Of course, the overtime was not kind to them. Certainly not how it came about, as they'd be hoping for a third overtime at this point. Currently, less than 2 minutes on the clock to get an equalizer, as Shane will clear downfield. The redirect there, but Tom with the pre-jump save. Tilburg, the confidence flowing in full flow, and the pinch. Oh, Shane is going to save it on the goal line, but the infield is there. The shot is even better. Tom and King Kong linking up, and Tilburg have doubled their lead here.
Yeah, that was just some relentless pressure. TUD, they need to stop inviting pressure. Tilburg, they're taking full advantage. They're smart. They see the opportunities, they take them. And now TUD, massive task from 3 goals down. What a finish from King Kong with the wheels of his car there. Just look how quick they are up. Position the car, back right wheel, off the post and in. So difficult to save. And TUD right now, I'm going to call it, they're going to have to go for the reverse sweep. Yeah, I'm not sure has there ever been a reverse sweep in EURC before. Maybe they can make history. In doing so, they'll be local heroes as well. But for now, yeah, it's, as you say, 4th weakest offensive team. I'm not sure, is that just out of all 32 teams or out of everyone that's 32. Qualified? Out of all 32.
Yeah, it's really not good.
Would it be fair to assume then they're probably the weakest scoring team that are in the lower bracket?
I would have to double check that. Maybe not as well. Their defense has been solid, but it certainly hasn't been solid enough. Certainly not this game. Tilburg 3 up in game 3, and King Kong really starting to add some style at this point. Tom in that corner with King Kong. They're going to run it down the line successfully again into the final 30 seconds. Practically a victory out in this third game, looking to go to match point in the best of 7. And with that being said, Technological University of Dublin will be 1 game loss away from being eliminated from EURC 2021.
Yeah, and there's so much more on the line for them. If they get swept 4-0, how's that going to affect them tomorrow mentally in their semi-final? Domestically, they want to at least try win a series here, at least show they can see games, because Queen's University of Belfast tomorrow, they'll be looking at this weakened TUD.
Yeah.
You know, they already beat the other TUD team so far. What's one more to them? But Tilburg, they're playing well. You know, I feel like I'm talking a lot about what TUD need to do differently, but I think it's a case of Tilburg are just putting them in this spot of uncomfortableness. They're not letting them play the usual Rock League I'm used to seeing them play in ice. They're playing well. Smickelbear didn't get his goal this game, so 0.99 goals a game. Still impressive. But King Kong, huge performance there coming out of them.
Yeah.
And now it's up for TUD to win 4 in a row. But if there's a reverse sweep in the first series of the day, that'd be great for the remainder of the day. But your predictions were 4-1 and 4-2. My prediction was 4-3 TUD. That's going to be quite the prediction if that does come true in the end. But for now, TUD, I'm feeling upset right now, Tylacto. I don't want to see the remaining Irish team get knocked out this early on in the lower bracket, but they're against a good Tilburg side that aren't giving them any room to breathe. And first goal of this next game is probably going to determine who wins the match.
Wow. Maybe not TUD, as they've not been able to defend a lead just yet, but as you say, Tilburg getting the first goal could spell disaster in this game for on Manfield night again. Tilburg showing why they are the team looking to go deep into this lower bracket. Who knows how far they could get, and a statement a 4-0 sweep would be. Again, they outshot that last game 7-3 that time, though maybe a quick response this time. Shane is gonna be off the mark. The save off the inside of the post coming through from Tom Encannon, the one being denied, though. The TUD Apes certainly looking to open up with an offensive flurry. Could they be the ones with an early goal here? Encannon can't quite reach that read, though, and Tilburg are gonna just bounce them back.
Tilburg very offensive at the moment. Terrible, good tussle there to win it against Tom. Shane now, something I don't see Shane do quite a lot is insane double touches. I think Shane's a much more defensive player, which is probably why TUD don't score many goals, because their best player is just a brilliant defender. So I think it's up to Encannon and Parable now to try score these goals. Obviously we saw Shane score that unbelievable goal in game 2. But with no goals in the last game, they're looking weakened at the moment. But Tilburg always seem to have this ball in the TUD side of the pitch. We'll see now what TUD can do, but every time TUD get the ball, it just seems to be going straight back to a Tilburg player. And there you go. Top corner. I said I have a feeling whoever scores first is going to win this game. What this might mean now is the series. If Tilburg played like they did last game, let TUD come to them. Sit defensively. TUD don't go for demos. They need to find an insane passing play to open them up. So it'll be interesting now to see, with their backs against the wall, nothing else to lose really, what TUD can do. But now they have to score too, and the floodgates may just have been opened.
Look at King Kong go. Gets a massive demo for the first goal to open it up and slams it straight in. Quick off kickoff for the second. TUD Apes are down and the count has started. Tilburg 2-0 up on match point. Has the last university in Europe from Ireland got anything else to say, or are they going to go out with hardly even a whimper? Because it is looking like the latter right now. Tilburg in full flow, in full control, and could they get a third? They will. It's going to be King Kong again around the skyscraper, and TUD Apes are just pedestrians screaming at the top of their lungs. Is there anything they can do right now?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of solutions, but everything I try to tell them to do, they either don't do it, or Tilburg just come out with something else. Tom stepping up, King Kong stepping up. We talked before the game about how Smickelbear is, seen as the big goal scorer for this team. But when his teammates are scoring goals left, right, and centre, who cares if he's not getting his one goal again? Because his teammates are doing so much. And TUD, they had no one back there, but it's good to see that they're getting forward. 3 goals, 3 minutes. I've seen stranger things, but Tilburg have been playing very well defensively. And, small misses like this could punish them. Shane, though, with a nice little touch. King Kong, big save, playing well on both sides of the pitch. And now Tom, mini opportunity here. Shane picking it up in the end. But Lacto, it looks so hard for TUD to come back. Tilburg just need to keep knocking the ball into their blue side of the pitch and just defend their lovely colour. I have to say, I do like their colours. They just have to defend it well. Make sure it doesn't get there. But TUD right now, they're struggling. They're pressuring, and a lovely pinch from Tom. And I think that's it for TUD now. When Tom is pulling off these amazing ground pin shots, bumped as well, that is just tragic for TUD. And Tilburg looking the
bouncing.
much stronger side here.
They are just bouncing it over my parable. They're 4-0 up in the game, looking to make it 4-0 in the series, but there is still time on the clock. You can't count out TUD Apes just yet as Tom, but a ridiculous read off that backboard bounce. A bit of fortune to it, just found himself in the right place at the right time, and that is how it's going to feel for TUD Apes right now. Nothing seemingly going their way, but you have to say they've shot themselves in the foot. That game 2 0-second equalizer, such a pinnacle point that almost seemed to put the series to bed at this point. Like, just so painful. They've always got the numbers back on defense, and yet it never seems to matter. Tilburg can play their way through them. They're too slow to meet them to the ball, and Tilburg have just been too good. And if they can keep that up for 90 more seconds, they will be moving on in the lower bracket. Well, there will play the loser of the Beckett Bears against the Groningen Fair Play Mojitos.
Yeah, it looks like at this stage TD are going to have to do something miraculous to come back. They can't hit their shots on net. They're finding good passes, but it's too little, too late. It's almost time to close this game. I'm sure TUD are giving it absolutely everything now. But it's such a tall order. 4 goals within a minute. A goal every 15 seconds. It was at some stage a goal every minute. But as 5 goes in,
man.
you think it's all but over for TUD. They had a good run in their first EURC. They're unfortunate in the Society Showdown, but looks like Tilburg United will be sending the final Irish team out of this tournament.
Does
And
seem
make
that
me
way
cry myself
indeed.
to sleep.
It's okay. You don't have to cry yourself to sleep. Their performances to be proud of, though unfortunately this gonna end on a sour note for sure, as maybe even a 6th. Tilburg are just running all over them right now. The spirit is gone for the TUD Apes. They've been kept in captivity. They're being let free now from the EURC. At this point, they've just forgotten how to walk. King Kong is just going to prove that he's far greater than any old ape and just be putting them to bed almost single-handedly this series.
Oh wow, that was a good one. I'll give you that one. That was
He's going to get another. He's going to get another. 7-0. At this point, do they let them score for the Brazil? And at least that way, TUD Apes haven't been shut out in back-to-back games.
What I've seen happen here when TUD were 7-0 up is both teams start to try score into their own net to prevent that from happening, or to make it happen. You know,
Had 2 own goals in game 1.
that's true. So we'll see now how TUD, you know, I don't think they want to be memed here.
They do.
We'll
They
see
want the
now.
goal. I think it's better to get the Brazil than be shut out back-to-back games immediately after losing a game 2 overtime. You can see how much it broke their spirit. Yeah,
as 15 seconds in going for the demo when you're 7-0.
Oh,
No! Is this the first Brazil of EURC?
Oh, I don't think so. I think we had Brazils many a time from Berlin Phoenix to first up against Kiel as well. Tilburg will happily let that one in. N Cannon gonna pad his stats, so I'm not sure how good he'll be feeling about that particular goal. As it's rounded out, it will be a statement. Well, maybe the Barcelona, the 8-2, maybe.
8-2, maybe. I wonder if TUD... Yeah, Shane driving away, doing that on purpose. They don't want to beat Brazil. At least we're seeing the funny side of this now. It'll be interesting to see if TUD even go for tip-off here. No, they will.
We have Barcelona. No, I think the ball will touch the ground. 8-1 in game 4. Not quite the story of the series. Maybe the Irish University deserving a game there. I'm sure they'll feel hard done by, but Tilburg certainly deserving of every one of the 4 they got. They move on to lower round 2. Could this be the start of a miraculous lower bracket run from them? Who knows? As the Dutch side remains in the competition, we say goodbye to the Irish side. Unfortunately for them, they'll have to come back, hopefully, in summer, of course. Tilburg, as we say, will play the loser of Beckett Bears against G8 Fair Play Mojitos. That series will be taking place on Wednesday, but let's not look too far ahead because we have got another elimination match coming up After a break, it will be the Salford Lions going up against the Loughborough Lions, currently the NSE playoff winner finals, which will be happening tomorrow, by the way. So this match, certainly massive implications for them, and neither one of these sides wanting to, or certainly would have been expected to, go out at this stage of the tournament. Another massive best of 7 elimination match coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I 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 killed it. I killed it. I killed it. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break, where we have just seen Tilburg United sweeping the TUD Apes 4-0, and it ended up being very convincing. Not the prettiest of game fours for sure, eliminating the Irish competition. And well, one of them, big performance from Tilburg United, is of course, and was of course, Tom. And he's joining us right here. You can see him there, his beautiful face, far more beautiful than ours. And Tom, how does it feel coming off that series, getting your first win in the lower bracket? I know it probably felt harsh being in the lower bracket in that three-way tie, but to get off to a 4-0 start, how good's that feel?
Yeah, of course, it feels really good. I didn't see it coming a sweep. Game 1 and 2 were both very close. I think both OT. And then with a really good goal of Smikkelbeer in on 0 seconds. With game 2, we came back. So that really gave us confidence in game 3 and 4. So, which you saw with the 8-1.
And I imagine if you'd like to ask Tom anything while we've got him here, while our next matchup warms up, of course. I know you were thinking about who they might be playing, right?
Yeah, so I think you'll be playing the loser of Beckett Bears, or GEA Fair Play Mojitos, two teams that comfortably qualified from their groups and looked quite impressive and consistent throughout them. Do you know anything about these two teams? Is there a team you'd rather play, a team you'd want to avoid?
The Fair Play Mojitos are from the Dutch League as well.
Of course, yep.
I didn't play it in there because I joined my study a couple of months ago. But King Kong and Smikkelbeer know them, so in my opinion it might be better to play them since it's more of a known opponent.
That's fair enough. I mean, as well, of course, the Mojitos certainly didn't look as strong as maybe one would have expected domestically as well. Clearly, I don't know if you watched that game, Hytheria, but I mean, I was impressed with Tilburg, right? And again, while we've got Tom here, is there anything you'd like to ask him? Because I was certainly impressed, and I'm thinking, how far could they go, right?
Look, I'm more thinking about myself right here. I'm thinking about next year. I'm going to study there as well. So is there potentially an opening or something? Or are you guys looking for new players?
Of course.
Yes! Oh, for real, that was absolutely amazing. And obviously, yeah, it has been mentioned already, but how do you guys expect to or how far do you guys expect to move through the lower bracket, if we're being, like, completely honest?
I don't know. I don't think we will make it to the final, but I'm hoping so. But yeah, at least a couple of more rounds. So I think 4 more rounds, and then we will see.
Fair, that's fair. If you can clutch up as much as you clutched up in game 2, I mean, what were the comms like in that moment? There was at times where the Technological University of Dublin, they kept the ball up themselves at points on that 0 seconds. I mean, how crazy was that to get that equalizer and then take the overtime after 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, that was really intense. We were like all shouting, I think, at the 0 second goal. That was great.
I mean, it was certainly great to watch as well. Of course, your next matchup will be next week. You can chill until then, Toms. Thank you very much for joining us on the panel. We played great that series as a team. I hope you enjoyed it, and I know we enjoyed watching. Thank you very much for joining us, Tom.
Thanks a lot.
All good as well. That was Tom of Tilburg United. A massive 4-0 sweep by then. Shame for TUD Apes, but unfortunately, I think it's fair to say they were just outclassed, right, Hytheria. And speaking of class, this next matchup, Salford Lions against Loughborough Lions, quite the heavyweight matchup.
If you say that this is a lower bracket match, or if you just say the match initially, you would not expect that it's lower bracket right now. Salford versus Loughborough in NSC, currently in the semi-finals, going up against each other as well. That's happening, if I'm not mistaken, on Wednesday. So it's crazy to see them down here. And honestly, I'm kind of glad, because it means we get an absolutely phenomenal match here.
Indeed we do, as mad. Such a crazy domestic series, but looking at their groups as well, Salford, the only team to go 5-2 and miss out on the upper bracket, and yet Loughborough, a little bit of an unconvincing group stage from them, right?
Yeah, I think in Group C, 5-2 was enough to win top the group, I believe. yeah, Salford went 5-2, and they found themselves a game against Loughborough away from being eliminated. It's funny how these groups work out sometimes, but yeah, I mean, I'm just watching them now in the pre-game lobby, and they're doing stuff that only I could dream of, and a lot of players could also dream of. So I'm expecting a really quality game here.
Yeah, and as Hyperia said, a precursor to the NSE Winners Final, which will be happening tomorrow. Both sides coming off 4-2 wins in the semis. Of course, they also did play in Newell domestically, where Salford actually swept Loughborough, though they were using Aaron as a sub-in for that matchup instead of Jiggy, though he isn't actually meant to be part of the main roster this season, though a great player he is. So maybe that was the sort of sub-placebo working in their favour. Maybe it was just a random series from Loughborough, who went completely unbeaten in the Newell Swiss stage. So I certainly know that I don't know what to expect from this series, but it is gonna be a best of 7, just like the same as tomorrow, as it'd be impossible to choose which one you'd want to win, as maybe either of them, Loughborough or Salford, will come out as the Alpha Lions and actually end up winning both. In terms of predictions, I myself am massively on the fence, but I fear it's so hard to even choose, right? Which way do you think this one is going to go?
And the only thing that kind of massively puts me in favor in Salford is that they're not slow starters. We've seen from Loughborough many times that they drop 2 games, look absolutely horrendous, and then something just changes, something switches, and they start turning up. Well, that kind of makes me want to go for Salford, because if they are in the groove, I'd say it's about a 50-50, but Loughborough, they're just way too late every time getting in the groove, and that's why I'm going to give it to Salford in a 4-2 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair enough. 4-2 Salford is your prediction. I think my also prediction of my bracket went to Salford, though I've had a bit of a rethink right now, and I'm actually not sure which way I'm feeling, as both teams had such similar semi-finals where they were down against Bournemouth and Portsmouth respectively before something changed. One team goal from Salford, and in terms of Loughborough, a massive double touch from Madem just completely catapulted their momentum, right, Madge? And they just look like completely different teams. And how hard do you think it is to call for yourself? And which way do you actually think it's going to go going into the series?
Yeah, so my EURC prediction spreadsheet, I also went for Salford, but that was mainly because of the 4-0 sweep they had in the upper bracket of Newell. But now I begin to think about it, I think Loughborough really relish in situations where they have to win. People sort of discount them. Maybe their form's a bit patchy at times when, you know, there's not an awful lot on the line. They've already qualified for the group stage or the championship bracket, and then they sort of lose a few games and people think, oh, maybe this isn't their year. But this is a lower bracket match. They have to win this one, and I think that suits Loughborough down to the ground. I think they always win when they have to, and they're always competitive when they have to. So yeah, I'm going to go with Loughborough on this one. I think it'll be close. I think Salford have really come to their own this season after an inconsistent winter split. But I don't know. I'm backing Loughborough on this one.
All right, you get it back, Loughborough. That's fair enough. Famously always showing up in playoffs, and I'm sure we can expect the same here, though I don't know. Feels like maybe it's become such a thing that we know they're going to play up to standard in playoffs, that maybe they just sort of rest back on that. And what if it doesn't happen? What if that moment doesn't click? And what if Salford continue to run over us domestically so far, at least in terms of non-playoff situations, and in Europe, Salford have just been a little bit better. So my prediction will stick with them, though I'm sure we have a fantastic series on our hands. Thank you for the panel, guys. Hyperia, you're going to go take a chill to the studio canteen, of course, a built-in world-class facility we have here, and myself and Madge, we're going to head down to the field of players, of course. Contrasting predictions, I think it's fair to say we could easily be seeing this one go the distance.
Yeah, as we try to get out this pre-game lobby, and maybe the nerves there maybe start to build a bit of tension in the air. This is the last chance for both these teams. Loughborough with a shaky group stage, losing both games to their domestic counterparts, Essex and Beckett Bears. But again, did what they have to do, and really it's important for them to really get off to a fast start in this one and not leave themselves too much to do.
Do worry if Salford do start off the series quite slowly, as Loughborough, a team that once they get their foot on the pedal, it is like a massive rock is on the thing, and they will not be lifting up anytime soon, as game 1 will be starting on Utopia Coliseum, looking to see who will hit the ground running, or if anyone will hit it and just completely trip up. It will be Loughborough against Salford in the lower bracket elimination match in EURC. Best of 7, and game 1 is on our hands.
Yeah, I noticed the name switch from Stamina to Stamine. What is it?
Stamzino.
Stamzino, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting choice in a best of 7. You definitely need a bit of stamina, and maybe a regret from Stamina there to change the name, but we'll see if they have any stamina at all in trying to take this series.
Well, he's the only non-technically British player on the field, of course, hailing from Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken, as of course, maybe Stamzino, not exactly a common name by the sounds of it, though we will of course know him as Stamina, as Salford will be getting some early offense here. I know the Twitch chat predictions was very, very close, and oh my goodness, Crimson getting such a good flip reset that she ended up putting it over the bar. What an opening goal that would have been.
Yeah, just outplaying herself. I think it was an open goal, actually. I don't think Crimson really expected the goal to be open, and she thought she had to outplay a Salford defender. Just moved it off the Salford backboard. There's a real chance there, and I'm not entirely sure what happened to the Salford defence.
Neither am I, to be honest, as well. Stamzino himself gonna make a big block there, though Salford looking to put up some offense, and put up some offense they will. Camo will find the opening goal of the series off a simple backboard pass from Jiggy.
Yeah, a bit of shaky defense maybe from both teams there. You see Salford just taking advantage the way that Loughborough couldn't. First goal of the series, it could be a crucial one for momentum.
Certainly it could indeed. Over 20,000 channel points dropped on both Lions sides here, as a close, hotly contested, as of course you can consider an undercard to the NSE Winners Finals tomorrow. Probably only an undercard because this is a lower round 1 matchup, and as you were saying before the series even started, how did we find ourselves here? And certainly, oh, a big shot from Crimson, gonna find an equaliser, as the Salford defence was just found themselves standing around, and a rifle of a shot gonna get Loughborough back even.
Again, both offences finding themselves with a bit more time than they're used to. Didn't expect I expected more of a cagey start and a lot of 50s, maybe a bit of bim bam between the two teams, but it seems to be that both teams are finding themselves with quite a lot of offensive pressure and time on offense to find shots on goal.
Certainly as well. Across to the side it will go. And then of course even scoreline. Arden for the double touch, and it's dropped down. Jiggy is going to be able to get that one away. Still continued offensive pressure from Salford. Jiggy is there, sending it around town. Salford continuing to press. Camo not going to find the same backboard luck as before. Now it's up high. Stamina looking to make the read. Won't quite find it. Will bump Crimson. Oh my goodness. Madden is going to somehow recover in time to bail them out. That could have been a disaster for the Loughborough defense.
Yeah, Loughborough's backboard as well is still not defended properly. It seems that no one was on the backboard to clear what would have been a simple clear, and made it very difficult for them. And Matt M has just about reached that 50, and it would have been Salford to go 2-1 up there, but I think Loughborough really need to sort this out. It seems unlike them to be a bit shaky at the start. Well, sorry, very like them maybe to be shaky at the start of series, but they can't afford to just let a game slip.
They certainly can't. Around the defense with 2 minutes left. Any next goal could prove crucial, as a Stamina a little bit far up, but will make the touch no problem. Salford again looking dangerous here with so much pressure. Loughborough seeming like they might be relying on the counter-attack here, as maybe a long best of 7, but you do not want to be giving up game 1, and maybe Loughborough with offense here can work their way through, though I'm not sure the shot will come through. Maybe it will. It's dangerous. Madden will put the ball in the back of the net, and Loughborough have the lead.
Unconventional, to say the least there. A little bit of a backflip from Crimson where he threw off the Salford defence. I didn't think they really expected such a slow play coming out from Loughborough there. And again, another backboard off the backboard, and no one was there to clear. And it just seemed that both defences are having a difficult time in keeping a good period of rotation.
Yeah, it's strange, but oh well indeed. Salford with a little bit of time to work with, but just over a minute left still. Crimson is gonna be there, but no, not gonna put it past the Salford defense. As long as Loughborough can keep them in their end, though, and keep it in their end, they will. Stamina, a fantastic double touch, and is this the playoff Loughborough we just know is going to show up every single time? Because game one has just hit us, and I think they're already here. Because what a shot from Stamina.
Yeah, Loughborough really getting into their groove now. It seems Stamina with a great read off the backboard. Often it's so hard when you flip into the first touch on a backboard shot to try and follow the ball. Sometimes your car can do unpredictable things. Great cargo job for their Stamina, and it seems to have sealed this first game for Loughborough.
Well, maybe, though. There is still time on the clock, and a very clutch comeback from Salford against Portsmouth was really what just launched them back into the series. Maybe they can find one here, though, as you say, time running out. And we said it before the series started, if Loughborough can get that first game and really put the pressure on Salford, because they may be the team more informed generally this split, but the fact is they have never been a championship winning side. They've never made the grand finals of any of the tournaments they've competed in until maybe now. Newell's fact, they're just not a team that has proven they can do this, and yet Loughborough is a team that can do it more often than anyone right now coming out of the UK, and the experience in game one is showing.
Yeah, you could really said that neither side really dominated that game. You wouldn't have been shocked if Loughborough had won it or Salford had won it. And maybe it's just the experience of a Loughborough team in such a high pressure situation in which they somehow find themselves winning tight games like this. They've already done better than the last time they played Salford. They've avoided the 4-0 sweep at least, so that's something to work on. Maybe a bit of a confidence boost for them.
Yeah, certainly a confidence boost is something. Just a little bit worrying for Salford that, of course, they did have the lead and then not scoring a goal for that length of time. To concede 3 unanswered, not really what would bode well, and not the sort of team you want to be giving confidence to. Loughborough, you give them an inch, they will take a mile in any playoff scenarios. Of course, it does seem like we might be on a slight delay. Willer's going to mention it. We are broadcasting this in many different languages, of course, Rocket Benelux streaming as well, as of course we are working on a feed, so the delay hopefully not going to be too noticeable, though I imagine it probably is, as game one is in the bag for Loughborough. And you think if Salford don't respond soon, you know, it could be similar to that TUD8's Tilburg series, right, where it felt reasonably close, and then you know, it was suddenly over in the blink of an eye as things just went from bad to worse to the Irish side. And you worry the same could be said for Salford here.
Yeah, series can so quickly just run away from you. 1-0 down, you're thinking it's fine. It's best of 7, we've got plenty of time. All of a sudden, if you go a goal down in game 2, you start thinking, uh-oh, this could be 2-0 very quickly. And all of a sudden, you've got a mountain to climb. So it's very important that every game's equal in these scenarios. Even though maybe a game 7 seems far more important than your first game, they all count for the same. So it's important, it's vital that you start just as you mean to go on and treat every game as though it's like a game 7 in effect.
Yeah. Every game could be the game that loses you the series, technically, as you could end up looking back at said game 1 and thinking of what could have been different as well. Loughborough trying to continue their momentum here on Wasteland, which, by the way, looking beautiful in the custom colours, of course. The Salford Lions in red and the Loughborough in the white. Token White have had the success on it before, and they're having success on it here, looking to eliminate Salford from the tournament. Though Camo, he struck first last game. Another backboard chance there, but the shot certainly lacking a lot of oomph.
Yeah, there was a pre-jump save from Stamina there. It seemed, again, a bit suspect on the Loughborough backboard. Maybe that's something Salford could target. I think more so they're more known for their individual outplays, maybe like taking their time, flick Salford. That's what I've noticed playing against them a lot. But maybe they could just change their play style a little bit and maybe just boom it off the backboard, because Loughborough have not looked comfortable, really.
No, they really haven't. Well, Stamp is going to be forcing that one around the corner, and nicely the backflip going to be there to continue to stall out this Salford offense. When they link up fast, they look great. So if they can just waste their time in the corner, they can really sort of kill the adrenaline of this Salford offense. As back they have to go. Crimson going to control it nicely. They'll just completely get demoed in response by Arden. Jiggy working it round the corner. Off the ceiling, though, he's going to miss that touch, and Salford continue to ask questions, though no breakthrough yet. You have to say they're still doing a great job of keeping Loughborough pinned in.
Yeah, it seems as though Wasteland has brought up.
Oh, my goodness!
Wow.
Jiggy, what was that?
Your stream is slightly ahead of mine. I wondered what you were on about there for a minute, but then it came through. And Jiggy went too far close to the ball and then managed to backflip, but managed to still find the angle. It was so close from the Loughborough defender to keeping it out, but I'm glad that one went in. That was a great shot.
The Crimson from that wall. She's going to try and work it downfield, though not quite. Madam sending it down and deep, forcing the response out of Arden here as we approach half-time. Salford have the lead once again, this time through a fantastic attempt from Jiggy. So nice of him to sharp into the series, though. If Game 2 will be anything like Game 1, Loughborough will be striking back, though. Jiggy going to whisk it away on the defense here, and a big stop from him indeed. Madam sending it round. The slap from Arden. Salford could certainly need 2 here, and they're not going to find it. Camo, could he find the angle? No, Loughborough are going to keep it at just 1. Arden's shot hitting the post, and if it's, like I say, anything like Game 1, how costly could that be?
Yeah, Salford have had most of this game as well, and it seems that Loughborough are struggling to get any sort of pressure, and Salford seem to have woken up again after a good start to Game 1. They seem to have picked up where they started that, and you really feel like they need a second goal here because they don't want to repeat.
Goodness!
There we go.
Jiggy just can't stop scoring right now. Arden across and another redirect, this time rifled to the far post, and Loughborough have been looking comfortable so far, though Salford could have just awoken. Both Lions trying to figure out who's king of the jungle right now, and Salford could be fighting back.
Yeah, you could tell Jiggy was confident with that. He didn't let go boost of that area. Sometimes you see the players a bit hesitant for a redirect, they feather the boost or tap it. Not Jiggy. Jiggy straight up boosting, as fast to the ball as possible, and it was a great finish.
Indeed, it was. Jiggy again looking dangerous down the end of the field, though no luck this time. Hammer getting demoed. Lives. Oh my, never mind. Jiggy getting the demo on Madem in response. Camo trying to fake it out down the line, though. Stam not going to have any of that. A huge double touch from him in Game 1. Could we use something for Loughborough likewise in this second one, as they are the ones starting to run out of time now into the final minute we go here. Camo wasting time in the corner, popping it over Matt Stamina. He's up off the wall looking for the delayed touch. Will find it. Can he get around it again, though? I think it's high of the mark. It is. The response from Madden. The shot is there, and Loughborough pull back within 1.
How are your nerves, Salford? How are your nerves? You go 2 up, you look comfortable, you've had most of the game, and then one offense from Loughborough. Matt M scores, and you've got 47 seconds. I mean, this 47 seconds, it will seem like 5 seconds to Loughborough, but it will seem like 5 minutes to Salford. It's a really important game, this.
It really, really is. You don't want to be going 2 down one bit. Certainly deserves to be an even scoreline, in my opinion, so far, but Loughborough, they could be the clutch masters once more, and Stamina has certainly been stepping up to the plate right now. He's going to cut across and make that touch on defense. He's got boost to work with. Gets it past 2 with the delayed 50, though. Camo will take possession. 20 seconds on the clock. Salford trying to hold on. Crimson finding Madam, though that angle was nearly impossible. Stamina required once more. He takes it towards the backboard, but Loughborough, they're out of time. They slap it hopefully towards the net, but Salford are there, and Camo links with Jiggy down into the corner it goes. One last chance could it be for Loughborough? The pop inside from Crimson, but the ball is down. Salford, they will take Game 2, and a huge response from them to get the series nice and even into a best of 5.
Yeah, you feel like that game was crucial. If Loughborough would have come out of that with the win on that game, especially the way Salford didn't dominate but seemed to have the majority of the game, that would have been a really tough one for Salford to come back from. 2-0 down and a bit demoralised. But now 1-1, Salford have played well, played better and more consistently in that last game. You seem like the momentum is possibly with Salford now. So yeah, crucial that Salford could hold on to that 2-0 lead.
certainly after giving up a lead already in game 1. You think if you give up 2 leads back to back, anytime you get one, you're just like,
Yep.
I want to be happy right now, but against Loughborough, a team so good at performing when it matters, it is nice to really peg them back here and stop that momentum, as you say, as we could be in for a very close matchup here. Loughborough will certainly look to strike back. They came up with the offense when it was required in game 1, but kind of falling on empty ears in game 2. Nice play from Stamina, bringing Matt M into it, but 1 goal was not enough, and getting that 2-goal lead for Salford was so nice to have that sort of cushion to fall back on when they needed.
Yeah, I feel like Crimson's been a bit anonymous so far in these first 2 games. I think she's so pivotal to the offense of Loughborough. She pulls off a ridiculous shots, and it's so hard to defend against. You just don't know what to expect from her. I think if Loughborough are going to come away and win this series, Crimson has really got to pick up the game and perform to the level in which we know she can do.
Yeah, not on the score sheet yet so far. Certainly surprising, as you're right. Certainly when Loughborough look at their best, often it is Crimson firing on all cylinders. Though a huge performance was from Madame in their series, of course, against Bournemouth. I was going to say Portsmouth. I nearly got that wrong. It was against Bournemouth, of course, last Tuesday as well. Have always had success domestically, though Loughborough not always the same in Europe, though they're playing a fellow UK side here in Game 3 on Urban Central. We're just down to your local train station. That's where we're at right now. Maybe King's Cross we'll call it here, though nowhere near Salford or Loughborough, that is, so maybe not as well. We'll be back for the boost on kickoff. Will he get it? No, he will not. The kickoff still goes Salford's way, though, as Loughborough gonna have to respond here speedily in game 3, as it'd be so nice for the winner of this game to get back up in the series, or up for the first time in Salford's case, right, and just edging that little bit closer to the win in this best of 7.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to win out in this edition of Street Rocket League we've got now in the underpass. I wonder whose playstyle it's going to favour. Maybe a bit more demos, maybe a bit more freestyle, maybe we're coming up. There's no fans as well in the stadium, so pressure's off maybe a little bit.
Maybe. Like FIFA Street, but Rocket League Street. You just
Yeah.
hold the skill button and just flick the joystick around and see what happens. Maybe we'll see some of that from the players. There's no opening goal in the first minute, may be the case, but Salford again looking to go through Jiggy for their offense. He gets past another here. Stamina forced to make the backboard touch, though. Do it. He does. Madame gonna maybe bring Crimson into it. She does back off patiently, though. A lovely redirect from Camo is going to force a save out of Stamina. Loughborough a little bit messy on defense, and Jiggy is the one to punish again.
Again, I hate to keep repeating myself, but it's the backboard of Loughborough that seems to be causing them issues. Matt M with the front post rotation, cutting Crimson. I think Crimson was awkward, but I think she had it covered. Maybe it threw Matt M off there a bit. Matt M just thought he had to make a play on defense. And he just left an open goal for Salford to clean up.
Indeed it did. Loughborough finding themselves down here. Not familiar territory, though they've responded with it before. Madden with a huge dunk, though it's off the mark. The response. Jiggy gonna make the save, and a big block as well. He's gonna make to force it downfield. He's gonna get the boost. He's on the backboard again. That cursed backboard that you speak of. Can Salford continue to abuse it, really? Arton is up to put the pressure. He was never going to reach the ball, but go he went anyway. Is nearly dangerous. Madam setting up the ball in front of his own goal, and Jiggy is going to collect another goal for his mantelpiece.
It's just not what I expected from Loughborough. I expected them to really assert their experience onto the game, and it seems that they're just a bit flustered maybe by Salford. Maybe that 4-0 is still in their heads a little bit. I thought that the first game win may have just made it a clean slate for them, thinking, oh, we are just as good as these, if not better. We don't need to worry. But again, it just seems as though Loughborough are a bit hesitant on defense and a bit unsure of themselves.
Crimson with a double whiff there. Uncharacteristically, she had an uncontested shot, and as you say, it really does not look good at all for Loughborough right now, though we can never count them out. They responded to being Braziled by Bournemouth by winning 4 games in a row against them. So regardless of the score, Loughborough will always still be in it, although you always you think them as a consistent playoff performing side. I think recently they have been anything but consistent, and maybe that is just how they are maturing as a side. Madame, the big backboard clear 2.5 minutes left now. We cross half-time. Salford with that 2-goal cushion that worked out for them in game 2. And maybe a bump here, no stamina. Gonna hold his ground and make the save required. Jiggy, again, the danger man right now. Camo making a big interception. Loughborough struggling to get out of their half with the ball despite a couple whiffs from Salford as well. Jiggy will keep up the pressure, continuing it. Madem got to get across to the ball though. A good touch from him, going to get this much needed space for Loughborough. Camo going to get past 2 again, no stamina. His shot is over the bar. The read from Crimson. Oh, it's a good attempt, but it ends up more like a clearance. Madem will reach the bounce, though. Camo sending it deep downfield is going to force Loughborough back.
Yeah, you talk about maturing as a team. I feel like that's the story of Salford's season is they've really come to grips with what they've got to do to consistently win games and consistently beat teams they're expected to beat. I think that's really coming to play now, and you can see that they seem comfortable with each other. I think that's perhaps the consistency of their roster. I know they've not always had that. Especially this season, actually, even they've got really good players on the bench as well. So maybe they just the more time they're playing with each other, the more they trust each other, and it seems to really come to play now.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Just how this split is really the first time Salford have ever really had a consistent roster. As even as recently as the winter split, they pretty much imploded due to that game 5 loss against Staffordshire of all people. As maybe the shot from Crimson to Madem. He's going to boost his stats. I was worried he might actually put it into the post, though he was confident. Loughborough will strike back and be back within 1 again, but they've got a minute in game 3 to do what they could not do previously.
Yeah, it's a perfect mirror of game 2, this. They've given themselves 13 more seconds, Loughborough. I mean, they would have wanted to give themselves a lot more time than 13 seconds extra, but I think Salford will be confident now. They've managed to hold out the goal advantage last game. There's no reason they can't do it again.
Maybe Loughborough will certainly be looking to prove them wrong. Crimson looking for the aggressive boost steal, though she's gonna be denied on that respect. Salford maybe a disaster on defense, but Jiggy rises from the smoke and takes it away to the side. Camo, he's up in response, sending it deep downfield again, but Madem does not want the ball to be stagnated in the corner. Oh my goodness, both Stam and Matt had gone for that, and yet it still nearly worked out, though. Loughborough still needing a goal, and the pass is back all the way into the corner. Salford are there, the shot is even better, and Arton will put away game 3.
Arton doing a ton of work for Salford here, if you like what I did there. But I think it's kind of telling of Loughborough. Usually, well, when Matt Evans Stam, I think it was at Crimson, double commits, their mechanics are so good that they can almost get away with it. Maybe against lesser opposition, they can get away with maybe not playing wholly great as a team because their individual outplays are just that good. But maybe against a good opposition like Salford, they really need. That's a good goal. But yeah, they really need to play as a team. They really need to trust one another and make sure the comms are so clean and precise.
That was a nice goal for Crimson to get to put her on the map, as she had been MIA until now. An early leave as well could mean a car change, as Salford clearly starting to get inside the heads of Loughborough just a little bit with back-to-back wins. Of course, that does put them 2-1 up in this best of series. Still a long way to go. Still lots of time for Loughborough to get their ball rolling well and truly. And last time they conceded 2 games on the bounce, their response was quite something. So Salford will feel good about that win, though certainly I would be, if I were them, nervous going into game 4.
Yeah. As you see there, that I think Salford had half the shots that Loughborough did. So Loughborough do have reasons to be positive. I think their offense is clicking at times. It just seems to be that when Salford make a defensive mistake, there seems to be someone covering, or a Loughborough player is just not there to take advantage. Whereas when Loughborough make a defensive mistake, it seems calamitous. They seem to concede almost every time. I'm not entirely sure why that is, to be honest. But Loughborough really need to sort it out.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure coming out of Salford, and Jiggy and Arton the tools to do it with that game. Camo just filling in the gaps wherever he needed. The experience certainly showing, though still a very close matchup onto Manfield. We go here for said game 4, and Loughborough will be looking to strike back.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a car switch from Crimson. No.
Maybe a design switch? Not sure.
Yeah, that must have been the problem. It must have been the design of the car.
Maybe. She's already got a backwards challenge there to her name, and a dangerous shot already forcing a stave out of stamina here. He's had to do a lot of defensive work in the past game or two, and oh my goodness, Jiggy! How has he found the top corner from there?
Was there a bump? A bump
It's a
attempt?
50.
Maybe he zoned out or... Oh, wow.
It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
But, yeah, I caught that head completely by surprise. I thought he was going for a squishy save for a minute, the way he went for the ball, but no, it was just an obscene 50-50 that found the top corner somehow.
Jiggy just everything going his way right now, and the confidence clearly in full flow. A lovely pass down from Camo to Arton, though he will not find the mark. Good offense coming out of Salford, though not as clinical as they would have liked maybe. Still Loughborough a little bit on the ropes here, leaning back on them, seeing what they can get away with. Stamina will find Madden. He is looking for the double touch, but Jiggy is going to deny it, and huge not to get that potential momentum bringing goal for Loughborough. What it could have been, another infield pass. Stamina this time. Loughborough beginning to link up. Salford a little bit nervous on defense. The double commit, them all grouped up. The touch is just as far as Crimson. She's going to be up on the backboard, though Camo with a seemingly infinite resource of boost will make that challenge, and Salford hold on for now, though. Stamina, he's got rid of his defensive duty. He's starting to move up more and more, and it's been spelling good for Loughborough, and a good spell that was for them. So they're going to have to be rebuked here by Salford.
Yeah, you say Stamina's stepping up the pitch. Maybe that was an active decision in the break, just to assert themselves more on this game, possibly. I think 3 games in a row now they've conceded the first goal, and it's so difficult. You can't keep conceding the first goal and manage to stage comebacks. I mean, they've come close in the last 2 games. Was it 4? Yeah, every game.
They came back in game 1.
Yeah, and yeah, it's you're putting yourself at the bottom of a mountain if you keep conceding goals and then expect yourselves in the second half to come back.
Dangerous, but Loughborough holding on there. Salford certainly look dangerous even when they're counter-attacking, though. A big demo here. Loughborough looking for the rebound off the corner, though. Jiggy, he's going to miss the touch, and Crimson is going to punish. He went up, took the chance, and will indeed get lucky, and an early equalising goal for Loughborough, and that is quite the change of tone.
Maybe Crimson's waking up, perhaps. You see a goal at the end of the previous game. Although a consolation, it may be just been pivotal for Crimson's confidence, just to see the ball go in the back of the net. And then we see not the best shot from Crimson, but it was perfectly placed.
Indeed it was. Matt M popping it high, looking to follow his own touch, but Arton is gonna say no, as it seems like Salford are doing what Bournemouth could not, although maybe the whiff is huge. I take it back. Crimson gonna get a second here, and the turnaround from Loughborough is complete in an instant.
Twice now, Salford have missed an aerial, and Crimson is there to clean it up. Credit to Crimson. I mean, it's so easy just to get faked out, especially when you see quality players miss balls. You just don't expect it, and then
second time.
Yeah, credit to her for really being aware of the incoming whiff. It's not easy to do at all.
It's not good signs for Salford if Jiggy is whiffing those challenges. And I wanted to give credit for Salford really rising up to the Loughborough momentum, but it seems like maybe they're copying Bournemouth, and Loughborough could be growing more and more as Jiggy won't be able to keep that one out and have the floodgates opened here. Loughborough again finding the back of the Salford net.
Yeah, they need a reset here, Salford. I don't know what's really happened to them. They looked pretty assured in the other games. They weren't perfect, but now they're making mistakes. That's three plays in about a minute in which they've made a mistake, and it's led to a Loughborough goal. And this game has just ran away from them here, really. 2 goals in 2 minutes. It's perfectly doable, but it's going to be difficult.
Indeed it is. Matt is going to again look to catapult this offense. Stamina trying to get involved, though. Salford trying to punch back here. Camo into the corner. They would love a fast response goal here, but Madden just a brick wall. The ball does not get past him right now as he tries to work it down the line. Crimson helps out, but Jiggy rising up once again here. Stam, the only man who managed to rise up to him as a big block. It's going to get fought back here. Time still favouring Loughborough, and it is ticking down right now in game 4. You have to say an even 2-2 scoreline has to favor the Loughborough Lions coming off of a win. And again, the team that has been here so many times before, they've got that experience. And I just think Salford, certainly off these fast 3 goals conceded as well, they just look like such more likely team to crack under this pressure.
Yeah, I've been saying that Loughborough, they're not at their best today, but yet they're about, well, barring a 2-goal comeback, they're about to go even in the series. It seems a bit strange to say. Again, it's probably just the experience of Loughborough knowing that even though they're not playing well, they will get opportunities, and Salford won't be playing really well for the whole series. It's just on Loughborough then to try and take the chances when Salford presents them.
Simple demo, and right now Loughborough have just paid the mortgage. They're just living in the Salford end right now. Big demo from Stamina. Easy shot for Madam. He's going to get his 2nd of the game, and Loughborough beginning to run away with game 4 here with their 4th goal on the board.
Yeah, this game's done for Salford now. The priority is just rotate well for 45 seconds. Don't make any whiffs. You don't want to have to go into your next game losing 6-1, 7-1.
I don't know. It's not
Maybe
over
not.
just yet. I'm going to get the ball underneath the defense with the help of Camo there, forcing the early jump. He's taking a page out of Stamina's book, and who knows how physical this series might get, and who knows how much so in the next 37 seconds.
I'm going to give Artin the benefit of the doubt. I think that's a great fake on the defender there, just putting it under. Yeah, I think it's a great fake from Artin.
Good play indeed. It's a great play from Salford in general, though. Their defense just hasn't been tight enough this game. Artin is actually going to back out of that shot when his team needed 2 goals in about 20 seconds, and Crimson's going to go, that's cool and all. I will happily collect my hat-trick at the post office. I am here for delivery, and get a dunk double touch off of Camo's dominus here. And now Loughborough really have taken game 4.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I almost jinxed it last time. I'm going to say it again just to hope that Salford come back, just because I want to see the scenes.
No,
but
there's no way.
no. Yeah, it seems like Crimson has woken up. It's just worrying, Salford.
Yeah.
It's promising for Loughborough. Crimson, the hat trick is it this game?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good if you're a Salford fan.
No, it really is not. And again, you can't help but reiterate here that these may be 2 Lions going up against each other, but one has been around for far longer at this level. Salford, kind of the new boys on the block. I mean, they've been hiding around in the background, in the jungle, just sort of all hairy, like, hey, we're here, by the way, don't go at us, please. We're dealing with ourselves at this point. They've finally got themselves together. They're having a go at them, and Loughborough is looking at them like, excuse me? You're trying to beat us?
Yeah.
And well, it will all come down to this next effective best of 3. And again, this is a lower round 1 elimination match. To go out at just top 20 for either of these 2 teams would be a massive disappointment.
Yeah, I suppose it's just, it reiterates the point that qualifying from difficult groups may not even be enough, because you could come up against a Salford or Loughborough in round 1 lowers. So just because you've qualified, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have an easy ride away of it. And I guess this is both these teams maybe fault for maybe letting series slip in which they could have won or should have won. Yeah, it is baffling that this is round 1 lowers, but both teams find themselves in this scenario now.
Neo Tokyo for game 5, and it isn't decisive game in the series, but it certainly could be, and we have seen nightmares happen for UK teams on this map, as we will hit it 5 minutes on the clock in game 5 to go to match point in the series and put the loser down to relegation point. Jiggy is going to try and get the offense going here for Salford, and you think they've scored the first goal in every game this series. What happens if Loughborough strike first?
Salford win, maybe? Possibly, yeah. It seems that Loughborough just not really panicked, I guess, maybe, when Salford score. It's just that it doesn't really faze them too much. I'm not sure we could say the same as Salford, maybe the lack of experience. Sort of got a bit of an establishment Rocket League team versus an anti-establishment Rocket League team, it seems, that maybe, yeah, it's just that maybe the pressure's just got on Salford in a few of these games, and so they've gone from playing really well just to having a few misplays that's cost games, and it might just cost them the series.
And it certainly has. Crimson, the player in form right now, going to force another 2-player commit. on the play from Salford. They're certainly on the back foot, though. Jiggy can't find his double touch. Camo going to help out with a big dunk, though. Madem with a great read off the backboard is going to beat out Arton to that one. And Crimson, she is up looking for the dunk and will find it perfectly. 50 to Stamina, though he is denied by Camo. Salford really hoping to not concede here, but Madden, another infield from Loughborough. They're getting free reign in the Salford half. All three players there are back and around their own goal. Salford are nervous right now, and Loughborough looks so much more comfortable. And Loughborough at their best, always spamming the infield pass. That really annoying trick that just keeps working for them, although maybe Salford can get one against the run of play here. We've got a little bit more than 3 minutes on the clock, and we're still goalless right now.
Yeah, both teams trying, battling to keep some offensive pressure. It seems like Salford may have been offense the past 30 seconds, but it seems like we have 30 seconds of pressure. You have 30 seconds of pressure, just kind of like feeling each other out. And it feels like both defenses have kind of sorted out their problems. Both defenses seem to be more rotationally sound than they were at the start of the series, making it difficult for either side to break each team down.
Yeah, they've certainly both found their footing, but who will get a leg up right now? Could it be Crimson? No, not quite. Arton, a big save on the goal line. Madem, he's up into the corner, forcing another response out of the Salford defense. They're so closely grouped once again. Anytime Loughborough are pressing, Salford just seem to cuddle up and try to keep warm as a big block on the defense here. We're past half-time. Still a stalemate, though. Loughborough far more comfortable and more consistent when they press onto the offense. It has to be said. Salford, a loose ball, just going to be whiffed by Jiggy, the man who looks so confident right now, and yet just not the same as earlier in the series. Clearly not enough piggies in chat for him. He's going to get the ball here. He's going to slap it to the backboard. Crimson will make the touch, though, and a huge touch that is, to avoid an easy chance for Salford. And a big backboard clear, or down from the ground, I should say. It's going to get Loughborough off of that defense.
It's a few times the Loughborough, the mechanical prowess of Crimson and Matem has come out defensively in this game. A few very awkward reads, it must be said, that they just don't seem to flinch on it. It just seems to be up, and it's like, I do this all the time, I do this every day, not an issue. And it seems like Salford are having a real difficulty breaking down Loughborough.
Indeed they are. Salford again packed so closely. It's a wrestling match in the corner, though. Arton will come out on top and immediately die to Crimson. She touches it comfortably past one, controls it again, but Camo stands his ground. A big dunk, a dangerous shot, and Jiggy nearly rebounding it in off a defender again. He'd have been hoping for a better touch, though. Tense times in Game 5. Loughborough having to clear the ball from in front of their net. We head into the final minute. Still goalless here. The next goal could be decisive, and Camo, rising like a dolphin, is going to fish that one past the Loughborough defence.
Yeah, he may be called Camo, but he's definitely not invisible in this game. That's a great finish there. Straight past Crimson and Matem. And you say that they've been having some awesome defensive backboard reads there. It just seems Camo was just too good for him, and maybe just didn't expect him to go for that. It was such an outrageous angle to go for, but Camo just didn't flinch, went for it, and was like, I score these, don't worry about it.
The question becomes, can Salford hang on past that? They've done it once before, and they've failed once before, but if they get a second, nearly there. Madem with a big stop on the goal line, and Camo getting demoed by Crimson, linking up with Stamina, though the counter-attack, no boost on Stam. Madem is going to control it, but he can't follow up his own touch. Camo is going to hit it deep into the wide end. Madem has to respond from the corner, though. A double touch gets it past two. Arton is going to control. He's going to play time. 20 seconds. Salford have to hold this. They have to move to match point, but Stamina nearly working it past the defense. The demo comes through. Madem, don't know if he meant to double touch that. It's high, but still in the Salford end. Crimson looking for the dunk. She finds it. It's dangerous. Double commit from Salford. The dunk is there. Camo has to reach it. He doesn't. Is the shot there? No. Arton gets it away. It's up. And can he put it down? Here's a touch from Madem. Surely it's down. Crimson trying to keep it. It's flicked. It's up, but Camo, he's up. Can he kill it? No. It's okay. It's down. It's down. Salford are going to take Game 5. No problem. A close, tense 1-0, and Salford on match point here in the best of 7. Loughborough just one loss away from being eliminated from EURC.
How are your nerves, Salford, there? I mean, that was a few demos coming out from Loughborough, and it just seems so awkward for 30 seconds, and they just managed to hold on, and credit to them. And now they're on Loughborough on elimination point. I have to be said, Tyler, my stream is slightly behind yours, and you're keeping me on my seat. I can't see what's going on, but I can hear it.
That's fine. Check. Just tab out when all become clear. Yeah. Right? I will. I shall tell you to tab out, as maybe you have the time to now. As maybe my secret will be made clear as to how I got back in time with the lobbies. Let me know if that is still a problem. Both teams getting just 3 shots in that tense game 5. So much corner play, so much midfield play. And the difference in that game really was Camo. He might have been relatively quiet for his standards until now, but boy, did he rise to the occasion there when it mattered the most. But Salford, they still need one more against domestic champions, the Loughborough Lions. Can they really eliminate them here this early in the tournament?
Yeah, I'm just trying to... Here we go. I'm fine. Let's go.
You're fine. Easy peasy. As well, early on off the offense is Loughborough again looking for the first goal in the matchup. A lovely passing play. Could it be the difference? No. Stam's shot a little bit too awkward, and Jiggy will make the save, and he makes the touch out into the midfield for Arton, who his shot very underwhelming though. The pressure getting to him a little bit, and big stamina holds his ground there. Camo trying to work it into that corner. Salford will love an early goal to keep up their momentum and quell those nerves, but Crimson, she's going to say no in that corner, and out it goes. Stamina and Matem both with time. Matem says, no, my ball. He takes it. Can he control it again? No. Jiggy is going to get it back into the corner. He's going to pop it out towards Arton, who's going to take the shot, and top shelf it is. Salford strike first again.
Yeah, the story of the series is happened again. Loughborough leaving themselves a lot to do in every single game. Is that every game now Salford have taken the lead?
Yeah,
That's incredible. I mean, you've got to sort it out, Loughborough. You've got to start playing at 5 minutes to go, not with 2 or 3 minutes to go when you're a goal or 2 down. It seems to me that Salford, when they're at their best or playing against them, they play the game like a series of ones. They have really good individual plays and flicks and try and bait people into the ball. I haven't really been seeing that, but they seem to have adapted their play style well to Loughborough. Maybe it's catching Loughborough off guard slightly. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's unconventional here from Salford. I've not really seen them play like this before.
Well, they certainly already have their win over Loughborough in Newell. Could they be getting another one here in EURC to completely end their run and break the Loughborough Hearts here, as they, talk about leaving it late in games? They couldn't be leaving it any later in the series. Loughborough are 3-2 down. They're down in game 6. If they're going to make their name to clutch it up at any time, then this is the time. They've just over 3 minutes to work with, but Salford, they want another, and they nearly got another, if not for a great goal post save from Matem. Camo is going to turn and challenge. Matem will try and force the defense, but the bounce is comfortable for Jiggy. The backboard clear. He makes it look easy though with no boost. Gets himself terminated by Matt. Stamina onto the backboard. The bounce dangerous, but Arton, huge save to deny Crimson from close range.
Yeah, pivotal touch there from Arton. Against Salford, again, they seem to have sorted out their defensive problems they may have had at the start of the series. And they seem really solid now at the minute. They're just watching the clock tick down, 2:38, 2:37, and yeah, when you're in these sorts of situations, you can't help but flick up to the timer, and yeah, these seconds will not go fastly for them at all.
No, they certainly won't, as you say. Crimson forcing another save, though Arton with a double demo on Stamina, and Matt completely trying to tilt them right now, and Camo getting the ball from A to B is going to open up the challenge for Arton in the midfield, and Salford, they look good right now. Loughborough have to step it up, and a flick from Crimson follows it up with the 50, but no support, as Arton will be able to deal with this one no problem, and he actually gets it past the whole team. He's going to get the boost. He doesn't quite read the bounce. He gets the boost on second occasion. Camo, an absolute shotgun here. Loads it up and just fires here. A second just less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so many times in Rocket League, you see a misplay turn out to be a great fake or something, and I think it's the case with Arton there. He takes out 2 of the Loughborough defenders. He tries to read the ball off the backboard with 0 boost, fakes out the Loughborough defense, and then Camo there is just to follow up with an exceptional shot that the Loughborough defenders are getting no way near.
Loughborough have made their job even harder here. They've always clutched up when it matters, but could this be too much of an ask. Have they run out of wishes from their genie? I'm not sure, but it certainly could be right now. Salford look like the team in control. They look like the team to take the series, and Loughborough, they've played well, but it's just not been well enough right now. They need something here. They need something miraculous. Crimson is going to dodge the demo and make the touch, but they don't want to be defending right now. The 50 goes as far as Matt. The send across the pitch, but it's easy for Jiggy to intercept. Loughborough, it's just falling on empty ears right now. Stamina with a whiff touch on. Won't find the third. They're down to a minute to work with here. Stamina looking for the infield. Once again, Crimson will not find the shot though. Potentially the whiff. This time getting the better of her as a touch from Stam. He gets the flip reset, but all men are back and all stations are filled for Salford right now. The final minute is ticking down and Loughborough still need 2.
Yeah, Loughborough, they found it so hard to even get out their own half, let alone break down a solid Salford defence. As I say that, Crimson almost drops one underneath Arden underneath the bar.
How have Loughborough not scored off that offense? Could it be too late? Right now, they're in the territory where they'd need a kickoff goal on top, and Salford, they might be getting a third right now. Stam is required on the goal line. Loughborough have tried so hard. They've done so well. A team with so much history. But unfortunately, it will be Salford going into the future. They throw Loughborough down into the mud, and Loughborough are out of EURC in lower round 1, a disappointing group stage, an even more disappointing playoff, and Salford, they move on.
Yeah, wow, well played Salford, you have to say. When push came to shove, they really held solid and they just got the better of Loughborough. I don't know if they've just found a way to play against them. Maybe they've just found their number. Hopefully they can, well, not hopefully, I'm not saying I'm a Salford fan at all, but maybe they could do so again in the upcoming NSC Championship bracket tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think Loughborough particularly enjoyed playing against Salford. It may be just a bogey team for them, but we have to give credit to Salford. They've really held out their own there, especially when the pressure was on, and they didn't flinch at all that series.
Yeah, massive credit to Salford, as you say. Maybe a bogey team. Jiggy says that was for Kizza. So Kizza, that one was for you as Loughborough. I mean, it's such a shame, really. We expect them to be winning these series, but after a season like this, the doubt was unfortunately well placed. They really lit up in the middle of that series, and when that happens, you always fear for their opponents. But strong play from Salford, and Loughborough eventually fizzled out there 3-0 in the deciding Game 6 of the series, and there are only 1 Lions left in the competition right now. Not the best English, but of course Salford will move on, and I believe they play the loser of FHDW against Stuttgart. Of course, FHDW certainly favourites in that series, with Stuttgart having to play with a sub now with the ban of Adgos. Of course, Omegalol really letting down his team there, unfortunately, and you have to think Salford, now that they've tasted victory, the question is, how far can they go?
Yeah, the weird way that this bracket has worked out, basically, when I'm doing my prediction sheet again, I was looking at the winner of this series to then go all the way up the lower bracket, and it seems really strange. It seems that either one of these teams seems to be one of the favourites to get to the final. It's just sort of the weird way in which this bracket's worked out. Again, I come back to it. It's Loughborough can't really look at this game and say that this game is the reason they're out of EURC. It's got to be their stuttering group stage performance.
Yeah.
Losing to Essex and Beckett Bears, granted, good, very solid domestic teams, but Loughborough would probably say that they ought to have won those series and were more than capable of winning those series.
Yeah, and if they won either one of them, they would have been comfortably in that top 3. And well, unfortunately, that is not the case for the Loughborough Lions. A tough series, but they can put it right tomorrow in NSE, and I'm sure they will be looking to do that. You'd hope that they would for their own pride at this point. And of course, we will have an interview with Salford, though we will be setting that up as fast as we can. The next series on stream will be Essex Blades against Esports Team 20, and that, along with the interview, will be with you after the break.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of dancing. Something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my darling. Where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of dancing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EURC broadcast. It's been the playoff season right now. We've already seen TUD8s eliminated, and we just saw Loughborough Lions eliminated, one of the top seeds of the competition, eliminated by fellow countrymen and fellow animalmen, the Salford Lions. And we've got an interviewee here right in front of you. It is, of course, Camo. Camo, how's that series feel after a performance like that, and especially heading into tomorrow as well?
Feels good, but like there's so many games at EURC anyway, so I don't even know. So like it feels like we've just played a fair amount of games, but like we really now have to play loads more that's gonna be, I don't even know what to say, because it's like there's so many best of sevens we gotta play from what I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, certainly best of sevens all the way, and you've started in the depths of the lower bracket. But I just wanted to say, oh my god, it's Camo. His voice is so cute. And Madge, we both watched that series. Was there anything that you'd like to ask Caro in any standout moments from casting that series? Because while we've got the man himself here and the lower bracket runners still alive, that series was quite the spectacle, right?
Yeah, I wanted to say, well done on. You scored a nice goal actually. It was like you were like redirected back over Matem's head or something. But yeah, I was going to ask I think you scored in all bar one, or maybe all games. I think it might have been all bar one. You scored the first goal. Do you reckon there's anything in that? Do you reckon there was something that you noticed from playing Loughborough a lot, or do you reckon that's just coincidence?
I don't know. I think it's just coincidence. I remember playing literally the other day, and I literally just did nothing, and Artem was just scoring 100 goals. I'm not even taking the piss. It just comes down to being in the right place, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, and Hytheria as well. I don't know if you were watching that series on the stream. I thought a great performance from Jiggy certainly early on in that series, but things certainly got, I don't know if you saw, but it got a little bit violent at some points, didn't it?
Well, I mean, I also heard Camo coming in here that he at some point just went for the demos and just went all out aggression. But was that the switch up you needed? Because obviously, I think Loughborough is kind of known as a slow starting team, and then losing that first game, was that the switch up that really put you guys on game?
I don't know. We kind of like, there was 2 goals that like we didn't fuck him out, but we just kind of did something. I mean, we realised we kept doing it wrong, so we just went, okay, we're not going to do that anymore, and that was all we changed. And then we just started to, like, but it felt well, just a synergy, because we don't really come in with a plan, we just play the game. So I don't know. That was mainly how we just won.
I mean, that's fair enough, you know, that is fair enough, Camo. I mean, huge performances, I thought, from you in both Game 5 and Game 6. Decisive goals, and of course, credit to you for them. But heading into tomorrow, of course, the floor is yours before our next matchup. You could even try and predict our next matchup if you want. Essex are going up against Esports Team 20. But if you want to give a shout out to anyone, shout out to your beautiful teammates this time.
Shout out to Kizza again. Kizza's amazing. The best support we got by far. Kizza and Saf.
All right. Well, the Kizza and Saf, clearly very special people. His teammates Jiggy and Arton, sorry guys, you just weren't worth a shout out from your man Camo. Maybe you want to talk that one out, although we don't want to talk about Salford. We're having internal issues. No one will know if we're actually joking. So Camo, thank you very much for that interview. Thank you very much for joining us. Fantastic series, and of course, best of luck tomorrow.
Cheers.
All right, and that again, just the fact that Loughborough Lions are eliminated from EURC in lower round 1 hasn't quite settled in to me, Hypheria. I'm not sure it's going to set in for quite a long time. I think we might just have to focus on our next series, or else we'll be waiting for even longer.
Honestly, it's one of them ones where you don't really realize it until you reach like the quarterfinals, and all of a sudden think, wait, Loughborough went out game or series number 1. What happened? I must say, in a 4-2 scoreline as well. So I'm pretty happy, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was a great series. Maybe deserving of 7, but Salford just a little bit too good when it matters, right, Madge? And well, when we talk about teams performing when it matters, we've got a bizarre matchup coming right now, of course. Twente and ULB, in this case 20, going up against Essex. Now, Esports Team Twente, they managed to get out their group with a negative series score differential, 3 and 4, right? And they also had a negative game differential. Now, how they pulled that off is certainly in many favours to your fellow university men, the Badgers. Certainly very high credit to the Badgers for letting that happen. And Essex, while they certainly had a strong group stage, at least it just seems like they're rather permanently haunted by either game 5s or getting reverse swept, or just really crumbling under pressure, right?
Yeah, I mean, Twente, I have to say, a little bit fortunate to get out their group the way they did. As you mentioned, they went 3 and 4 and with a negative game difference. Again, credit to the Badgers, all my mates over there, for allowing that to happen. Because they beat Portsmouth and then lost to pretty much everyone else in contention. That's a very typical thing of them to do. But I think Twente slightly fortunate. Essex, I wouldn't say they're fortunate, just inconsistent. I mean, they beat Loughborough, I believe, and then perhaps lost a couple of game 5s. They probably felt like they ought to have won. I mean, that is a bit of a cliche at this point with Essex, but it kind of is true. So I feel like I'm justified in saying it. But if I was going to say, I think Essex would probably be the favourites in this series.
Yeah, it's interesting. The game 5 you bring up, of course, they were reverse swept quite convincingly by the Beckett Bears, and that's what kept them from being able to make that upper bracket. So they find themselves here in that elimination match going up against Twente, right, Hypheria. And Twente's results have been kind of varying. Sometimes they play with Cooksion, sometimes they play with Quiver, and I have to say they have done better with Quiver, and the evidence is there, and he will be playing today. How big a deal do you think that is for this best of 7 against a team that might be favourite in terms of group performance, right, Essex, but a team that struggles under pressure? How do you think those two things weigh up? And because of that, how do you think the series will go? And of course, which way?
I mean, Twente is kind of a team of coaches. T1 Short has now been focusing on coaching a little bit more. Cooksion has been, for one, taking a break, only for about a week, but taking a break from Rocket League, and then quite immediately got right back into it. So having Quiver in there, he's probably been grinding, kept on playing, and T1shot will for sure know what to do. Absolutely stellar player and completely amazes me every single time. And I actually was in their city today, so I'm gonna have to root for 20 here, to be fair.
You're gonna be rooting for 20, Matt. You're gonna be able to back the UK side, or do you also feel like maybe Essex will struggle under this elimination pressure, or will they rise to the occasion?
So I hinted to it in my previous answer. I mean, I back Essex to take the series, and even though they kind of, as you say, like struggle maybe under pressure, or maybe the occasion gets to them, or if a game 5 they just overthink it or something, but they can't carry on like this for indefinitely, right? I mean, no team consistently loses game 5s. There's a period in the team's history where they lose game 5s or they're unlucky, and then they come over it. If they don't get out of this slump of the game 5 slump or being reverse swept, then it's kind of worrying, and you've got to realise what's wrong with them as a team. So I really think that this won't be permanent for the Essex team, and they will overcome it. And I think they'll win this series relatively comfortably.
Well, to be fair, likewise, I do think when they're performing, Essex are the stronger team. I think my bracket prediction had them winning in Game 7, and what drama that would be. So my vote will go the way of Essex, though of course Twente, Forza, T1shot, and of course with Quiver cannot be underestimated. And over the course of a best of 7, there is always going to be some mental struggle, which we know Essex can really struggle with. But maybe they can face them demons. Maybe they can put it back together in a nice, beautiful Jenga stack. Or, like most Jenga stacks, will it end up crumbling all to pieces? That is the question of this series. Of course, an elimination series as well. Madge, thank you very much for the day. Great cast we've had. Great time on the panel we've had. You can also go to the beautiful canteen that we don't actually have. And Hytheria, we'll head down to Utopia Coliseum once again. And how excited are you for this best of 7?
Honestly, I can't be more glad that there are 2 Dutch teams already in the 3 series that we've streamed. So, you know, again, to cast 20 here is going to be an absolute delight, an absolute pleasure, and I'm really looking forward to it. If they do well, that is. If they do absolutely horrid, I'm going to be creeping away into a little corner and just, you know, slowly cry my eyes out.
Oh, slowly crying your eyes out will not be the funnest of things, although I imagine that Essex will be hoping that that will not be the end of their series, as I imagine they will be doing the same. It certainly will be a tragedy for whoever does end up losing, and that is the case here in the lower bracket of the EURC playoffs. Will it be easy for Essex, or will it be easy for Essex to fall flat on their face once again? Who knows? Game 1 still on standby by the looks of it. I'm hoping we can get underway soon and see if the Dutch side 20, one of them has gone to the toilet, so we'll be waiting very dramatically. The tension is at an all-time high. Hopefully they're gonna be okay, and just comes out to the start of the series, right? Essex so typically come out hot, linking up well, linking up fast, sorry. We'll have to see if Twente can deal with that, or if worst case scenario, it's actually the Dutch university that gets off on the front foot.
It's going to be interesting. I do think that Twente do favor the long run due to a statement earlier of them kind of being a team of coaches, so they really know how to regain, how to kind of calm themselves down and really get into that matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see with Essex kind of falling off into the later stages. Twente hopefully might be coming into it more into the later stages, but everybody is ready. The toilet break has been done, and we can get into this Twente versus Essex underway.
Indeed, Twente in the blue and Essex in their bright red. Here we go. Lexano already looking for the infield passing play. Essex looking to link up, looking to outpace this Twente side, which many consider fortunate to be in this situation, but be here they are, and already hitting the Essex crossbar they are, though not finding the back of the net. That is really unfortunate for them.
Oh my, it was a good start from Twente. A lot of pressure on towards the opposing side, but nothing coming of it just yet. And Switch, he rips a shot actually on target. Quiver is forced to make the save. Lexano coming in. Quiver with a good 50. Force is getting beat by George, but only by a very slight margin. Managed to get a touch on it nonetheless. T1shot. Can he get a second touch? No, it's Switch incredibly awkward on that sidewall. Twente, they're really picking up the pace there, and I love that they are moving across the pitch with a rapid pace.
Yeah, they're really looking to beat Essex at their own game right now. Certainly not give the Essex side any confidence, which they usually thrive on. And now the dangerous chance for Twente. Could it be the back of the net? No! And somehow Essex haven't conceded. No double touch from T1 shot there, and Essex nearly getting one in response. How are we at 0-0 right now?
Honestly, I have absolutely no clue as Essex once again towards the opposing side. T1 shot standing far back. Switch getting that second touch, and this is what I mean. Twente, they're just having a lot of time, a lot of patience in that defensive play to try and get the ball out, but it invites so much pressure at the same time. The counter-attack has been stellar, but a long shot currently going towards the opposing end. Forza switching a 1v1. Force gets it past and into safety.
Indeed he does, and he's trying to find the inside here. Lexano has sent it from end to end, but T1 shot easily back across to make that save. Though a double commit isn't enough to keep that one out. George Burke gonna open the scoring, and surprisingly, against the run of play, Essex will strike first.
Big man George just putting too much on that shot. Two players weren't enough to save that, and honestly, that should be a relatively easy save for Twente. I don't think they saw the shot coming. Well, another 1-0 down. They have shown a decent form, though. This might just sink in as well. Off the post, Twente can't get as fortunate as S6, and they have to once again try and create an opportunity from the back, but actually it gets put into Quiver. Off to the backward, Force coming in as well. Not really getting any power on it. Double commit also on the Essex side, but it doesn't seem as if Twente can capitalize on it.
20 denied by the woodwork for the second, if not third time right now. Essex can consider themselves fortunate, but they have earned the lead as we cross half-time. They're looking for a second, but Forza making the save there with relative ease. Interrupted on the transition by George Burke with a rotation incredibly messy from Essex. So Switch will make that interception here. It's past one by the T1 shot, past two indeed onto the backboard, but Lexano makes the stop required, and also a 50, but Forza wins that one out. The shot denied by Switch though, and Essex, they're kind of holding on right now.
And actually putting fruitful opportunities on towards the opposing side. It's not that they're trying to hold on desperately to this one goal lead. I mean, obviously they are, but it doesn't necessarily reflect in their play styles. Force has a brief 1v1, but it has to run away from George at the same time, and that's not really a good combination if you want to get a proper 1v1 Quiver in towards the center. Force just a tad too late, and Switch manages to clear it out. T1 shot, an absolute wall in defense, and then forcing Quiver double committing. That's not really going to be too well.
I mean, Essex doing a really good job here of stalling time in the Dutch corners as well. Nice game plan that you're going to need for the entirety of a best of 7, and Essex are showing that here right now, having that lead to defend through one way or another. They're doing a good job at that, and Twente, most of their opportunities came inside the first minute, and Essex have done a really good job of drying them up over the vast majority of this game, though Twente will continue to knock at the door, and Lexano in that corner is going to whiff on his touch, but Switch helps him out, gets the touch away to the side again. Now it's Forza from the wall, but this delayed flip not going to have the impact required. A big dunk, but George Burke is going to slam it cross-continent again into the final minute.
Now it's time for Twente to get moving. Essex has been the dominant team in this game by a slight margin, but that means they will get that goal lead. Lexano with a good challenge into T1 shot across the pitch. Quiver whipping that up. T1 shot, can he get a second touch? Should be first there, but the touch was made. Now George outpaces Quiver, and that has been kind of a recurring theme in this entire matchup, that Essex just slightly outpaces Twente, and that is going to prove very difficult for Twente.
Yeah, it is. Essex really starting to warm up and play with more confidence, almost forcing Twente on the back foot outright. And oh my goodness, T1 shot just parked on the goal line. The ball gonna hit him, and he's gonna make the save. George Burke nearly finding a second goal for Essex, and they're keeping up the offense here. The ball just needs to hit the ground, and they'll have the first game. Indeed, they will. Essex, typically, as always, starting off the series hot, and that bodes well for them with this long best of 7. You didn't want to see them get off to a poor start.
Oh my, that would have been a comeback and a half as T1 shot off the line, got it out to the side and actually started a counter-attack. Unfortunately for them, that is not the case, and Essex indeed do take home that first game. They started off hot, but not necessarily that much hotter than Twente, I'd say. It's about pretty even, and then obviously you're going to have these one-goal games, back and forth pretty much the entire time, but Twente were pressed back on defense just a tad more and allowed Essex to rip off that shot.
Yeah, we talk about Essex starting quickly, but like actually it felt like they grew into that game the longer and longer it went along. We don't know how, you know, Twente didn't get the opening goal. I mean, Forza played well, generating so many chances, but none of them really finding the back of the net when required. And Essex, they can use that momentum like they're such a momentum team. Of course, they are. It's not even fair to say. It's just an absolute fact right now. Then really, Twente need to be worried as we start this game too.
As once again, Twente in towards the opposing side. Lexino breaking out very quickly though, and that's what you like to see. Twente obviously getting off to that good start in the previous game, or at least a pressurized start. And T1 shot looking to get it out of the defensive side, but they just don't get enough power on it quite yet. Quiver then was George Burke for stealing his boost, so tit for tat, there we go. It's a little bit of a trade-off, but it is going to favor Essex as they are able to break out of defense here.
Indeed they are. Twente with a decent amount of possession, but quiet in terms of generating offensive opportunities. Essex just seem to be poking, making a lot of questions, and slapping the ball high towards the backboard when they can, and seeing if Twente's nerves are on show. This is an elimination best of 7 in the lower bracket, and just constantly asking questions of your opponents, and a big block from Switch there. And sometimes they're going to fail to make them answers, though. That Switch block, you have to say, it would have been an open net for Twente, and a big block as well from George Burke. Twente doing a good job of linking up here, but Essex often blocking them well. But could this be the breakthrough? No. Switch again is going to get in the way, and the defense from Essex is just a little bit too good right now. I take that back. T1 Shot scores instantly. But just the easiest open there after a lovely bump from Forza, who gets it round the corner, and this time Twente will strike first.
Oh my, and the miss as well on the sidewall from George Burke, and oh my, what a time always to say, yeah, they're showing up massively on defense. Nope, they're going to make a massive mistake. It was a good bump, but I don't even think the bump should have been happening as T1 shot into the middle. Switch, looking to pick it up. Actually, let's Lexino take the lead. Pages towards the center. Oh, talk. Well, they've returned the favor.
Indeed they have. It's a very gentlemanlike, sportsmanlike behaviour. Lexino is going to get his first goal of the series, courtesy of a Quiver unfortunate touch. I think it was a miscommunication. T1 Shot looked like he might have had the touch out from the wall. It's not gone well for Twente. The second they got the ball rolling, it's just immediately stopped. And that's just so awkward. When you get your first goal of the series and then immediately an own goal, that's rough for Twente.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as if they massively worked for their goal and really put on so much pressure, so I don't think they're going to mind it too much. I'd say this is still very much an equal scoreline as T1 Shot whips that in towards the backboard. If Burke didn't do anything about it, you know T1 Shot would hit that, and instead he whips it out to the side. Lexino with a miss, and honestly, I don't really know what happened. Quiver also not linking up with T1 Shot. Everybody feels a tiny bit off point.
Well, at least they are attempting the link up plays, and George Burke has to make a big backboard read that he doesn't quite make, but Quiver likewise, his shot not quite on target as halftime is met, and 1-1 in game 2 is the score. A big block from George to just break up this counter attack from Twente, but will it still find the mark? No. A save from Switch. The ball dangerous in the midfield, but no. Switch are gonna get demoed there. A lovely demo from T1 Shot to try and keep up this counter-attacking pressure from esports team Twente. A big demo again, this time on George Burke. Maybe they want to get inside Essex's head, make the play a little bit physical. We saw that from Salford, and oh, it nearly worked here. Quiver with an uncontested shot, and again, the crossbar twice in a row. It haunted them in game 1, and it is not going anywhere right now in game 2.
Oh my, the crossbar is going to have an issue with that 5 years later on when it comes back to bite him. As T1 shot, Twente might just feel that same pain. Switch can't get it in towards the center and force it and whipping it down the opposing side of the pitch. Quiver with a decent challenge in towards the center. Switch picks it right back up. There's no power behind the shot, but there is a bump, and that's good enough. T1 shot finally for Twente manages to break through.
Oh my goodness, coming in with the artillery drop. Quiver just dunking on Lexano here, and the ball will find the back of the net. Essex may have brought level, but they're going to have to do it again here as Twente find their mark this time, and 90 seconds on the clock. Essex could be brought right back to an even scoreline.
Yeah, we don't want to see any mistakes. You just want to see a proper game from this point. Now, it could create a goal. We've seen 2 mistakes now. We don't want to see any more as forced in towards the center. Switch getting in the way of it and decently out to the side. But Twente, they've been so good at regaining that pressure and continuing it, really, and putting it towards the backward every single time. And that being said, Essex actually managed to break out Force. Incredibly awkward. Only 6 boosts in the tank as well. This could be an opportunity for Essex.
George Burke a little close to the play. He won't be able to challenge T1 shot. Not quite. That angle on the double touch, though, threatening. The confidence starting to build for Twente. Lexano alone having to make that touch. A good touch it was, but Essex, they need to break out, and T1 shot's going to get in the way of that switch. Here, a good 50, but it's in front of the net. The crossbar going to help out Essex again. Lexano nervously jumping past the ball, but a big 50 from Switch. Quiver having to get back, and a huge touch from him, denying the open net for Essex there. Lexano back into action, but George can't turn in time. Quiver, he's got a 1v1. He pops it over, looking for the bump, but not quite going to find it here. Twente just need to keep the ball. They just need to keep the offense, but Switch, maybe one last chance for Essex. Easily cut out by Team One Shot, though, and here's 50. Not going to find it. Essex, could they still have a chance yet? No, Forza going to put the ball down, and Twente have game 2 here, and you have to worry, right, Hytheria? Any time Essex lose a single game, you worry if they're just going to fall off a cliff and collapse.
Well, I certainly don't want to see that happening. I want to see this, as you said, go to a game 7 and Twente. Well, they have got the one decently created goal and not either an own goal or a miss in the defensive side. So, in theory, yes, Twente is on top by a massive margin. Absolutely not. Obviously, the series is still tied. Heading into that game number 3, I'm really wanting to have Essex go back to that pacey playstyle and really trying to outpace Twente.
Yeah, only getting 3 shots really is a shame in that game 2 with 11 on the side of Twente. They're certainly deserving of that game. But Essex, they've already got a game in this series. They know they can do it. They just need to do it again. And with a mental refresh, we will have one hell of a close series on our hands. And we already have that to boot. Twente already on the defense here at the start of game 3, and Switch looking for a touch or flip reset isn't quite going to find it, but the willingness to attempt plays like that is a good sign for Essex, and if they can get the offense here, the net will be unattended, and George Burke, number 12, will strike early once again, and that is huge for the momentum and mindset of Essex.
The Twente defense taking a tiny little road trip. Wonder where they were off to, because I did not see them anywhere. Nobody was back for Twente. And then obviously Essex are going to capitalize once again. An early lead for Essex puts them in a very decent position, but they do have a very long time to hold of this. Well, building Twente attack to Twente offense is currently just being stronger and stronger and stronger. As I say that, they are pressed back in defense, and with Switch whipping it in towards the center, T1 shot actually going to be denied by George to continue the play. This whip in towards the center is going to be in the hands of T1 shot.
Yeah, and if an Essex fan, you would hope they wouldn't concede off that chance. It was dangerously close, but Twente with a hard angle, not quite gonna find it. There's T1 shot having to make the backboard clear, isn't gonna find it, but Lexano a little too close. No power generated on that attempt. It's a nice play from Forza, getting the Dutch University off defense here. T1 shot will come in off that 50. He will go up off the wall. Will the block be there? It's off the backboard, and Lexano, he makes his touch, but the shot still dangerous. The rebound even more so, but the block from George, he gets that one out the way of the net as awkward defensive play from Essex here. They need some time. They need some space. Can Twente punish off of that? It's off the backboard again, but the challenge will be all George here. He's going to get it downfield, and he will get that breathing room. Twente still looking to press here. They're in the midfield, but the touch is now awkward, though. Past Lexano, it goes. Switch takes it, buys some time, and Essex can breathe again here, and maybe they could do even more. And what a 2-goal lead would do for their confidence. It would be massive.
Why, especially with how much threats Twente are currently putting on the board here. They're really putting on so much pressure on Essex as once again they head in towards that offensive position. George, an absolute MVP currently in this game. It's only 2 minutes in, so a lot could change, obviously, but T1 shot off that backboard. At some point is going to get that, but Switch this time says no to it. Force, oh my word, this defense is looking incredibly awkward. Somehow it's still standing tall, though, and well, I guess that Jenga tower is very much holding true, as this is looking as if it can fall at any moment.
I know, Essex somehow keeping it out with almost no boost to their name. T1 shot had an uncontested shot, and yet it seemed like he tried to tickle the ball in, and Switch with a relatively comfortable save from point blank is just not what Twente need right now. And George trying to get the interceptions in the midfield, which is definitely the right idea right now. You have to think Essex are leaving it a little bit late to challenge Twente, but right now it is working. In game 3, they have the lead. Lexano's clear, a little underwhelming, but do the job it has done. And oh, nearly on target. Quiver responds with a nice control though, and it's out. A nice link up from Twente, but can they do any more? Bumped into the ball, but a nice pass back for Lexano into the dunk. Still a little bit dangerous. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, but the Essex defense, through one means or another, is still holding strong.
It can be shaky, but as long as you do the job, it works out perfectly fine. T1 shot, I don't think he meant to backflip there, or actually was it just a perfect pass into Quiver? No, I think that was a little bit of a misplay, but T1 shot, it does land, end up back at him and into Force. He goes off the crossbar once again. T1 shot wants to get off the crossbar. Quiver finally puts it in, and surely, well, this was bound to happen for sure.
Yeah, Switch trying off the inside of the goal, all but was seemingly lost there as nearly the triple crossbar for esports Team Twente, but Quiver will be the one to put it away and find a crucial equalizer here in game 3. It's 1-1 in the series, and it's 1-1 in this game.
And now they're going to have to continue this pressure, Twente. They can't just fall off like that, George. Oh my word, that was a phenomenal opportunity. Quiver gets in the way of the second shot. Can the third come in and find its way through? It doesn't appear to be the case as Quiver out to the side, or actually that might be Force, I don't know. Name's kind of similar if they move rapidly across the pace, and that's exactly what Twente are doing right now. They're moving very quickly, and actually Essex are getting slightly outpaced, I'd say.
Maybe a little bit on their defense, certainly with limited boost. I just don't know how. A nice double touch from Switch to find George, though. George had such a good opportunity, as you say, and it ended up practically turning into a pass to Lexano that, to be in its credit, nearly worked, but I don't know if he was actually aiming for the pass in the first place, because his shot, the net was wide open, and you hope it won't be costly here for the mindset. Could an open net miss cost them game 3 and have them go down in the series, as you never want to see Essex losing consecutive games? And no, meat on the backboard here. It's down the other end, but it's not on target. The clear, dangerous comes through, but Lexano and George Burke will double commit the shot and the save from Switch here as esports Team Twente. They want it before overtime, and the shot will meet the crossbar. Will it stay up? The chance could still happen. Twente finding the crossbar when it matters the most again, and neither team finding the winning goal, and we'll have to wait for one in overtime.
A much needed reset for Essex. They were getting pressed back until infinity, and finally they're able to break out due to the ball hitting the ground and it getting sent to overtime. The Twente, they've had so many opportunities, so many chances, but now Longshot might just find its way in. Force gets in the way of it. Now it gets sent right back towards the opposing side. For Quiver with a decent bump. T1 can he get the good shot this time? He can, and he's been trying to snipe that top line every single time. This time actually manages to break through.
T1 shot with a tier 1 shot. You may have been haunted by the crossbar before, but that one will be crossbar down. And it may have been overtime, but Essex dropped another game. And now Twente with the initiative, the advantage in the series once again. putting up 11 shots in that game. Essex did get 5 this time, but right now they are the beta males, and you worry about them every time they lose. I say it because it's true, and I hate it. I want them to do so much better, but the second they lose, they just can't stop losing. It is so frustrating to watch. My current thoughts are just screaming, they can lose 4-1, they can lose 4-1, they can lose 4-1. Like, Twente, it's almost like, how could they lose at this point given Essex's past record? But they're such a strong team. That game was still so close. Surely they can fight back here.
You know, you can be addicted to a lot of things, but out of that, I would not say that you can be addicted to losing, and it really does seem to be the case on the Essex side that as soon as they've got a taste of it, they just want more and more and more. But honestly, I hope they break through. I hope they recover and get back. Otherwise, we're going to have a pretty dominant series on the side of Twente as well. Currently, they're looking to be right on track to just staying in that same path, staying in that same lane. As they're looking shaky on defense once again. Actually, Lexno just getting beat by force.
Indeed he was. As usually you get off the back of 2 wins, you look a little bit confident, but Twente less experienced compared to most teams, to be fair, and finding themselves in this lower bracket, that pressure is still showing, though it's mutual with Essex, as George is going to have to make the block. He gets the touch, though the danger is still there, and Forza letting T1 shot go for that one switch. Does pick it up in the corner, though, in a shot again onto the Essex net. A double commit, unfortunately, coming through for them again. T1 shot to the ceiling, down to Quiver. The shot is there, and they may have had 3 back on defense, but a play like that is just too good to stop.
Oh my, yeah, this is a good start for Twente. It's just looking worse and worse for Essex. Every single time they concede early on, or, well, they lose a game, it obviously gets further and further to Twente just taking this one home with relative ease as once again in towards the center. Was that a triple commit that I saw from Essex? No, Switch did stay on the ground, so it was only a double commit, but good enough for T1 shot to get a free double tap. Does not manage to convert it, and Essex, even albeit shaky, they are breaking out of defense.
Indeed they are. Forza happy on the ceiling right now is going to stall for time as Twente having that opening goal. They want more, though. A big save from George here. Can Essex look to counter-attack? It's a lovely play downfield, but this time the crossbar going to deny them, as a big block in the midfield by T1 shot means Switch just has to try for a hopeful shot. But Twente, all they need to do is keep at least 1 player back, and it's going to require a certainly good play of sorts from Essex in order to break them down. And right now, they really have not been having the lion's share of the offense, and you have to think Twente 2 games up to 1 game up in this game 4, they really are in the driver's seat.
3 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time to pull a little pirate move and try and get into the driver's seat yourself, pull off the heist. But currently Twente, they're just looking so incredibly strong in Essex. Every single time they break out, it's not really with a fashion that they can build that counterattack, something that Twente really has been having from the start. But here we go, George. It was up the field. No follow-up whatsoever. It's Essex, they're just respecting Twente too much. Well, and that's not to say that Twente's actually terrible at the game. No, it's just that Essex, they can be so much quicker than they currently are. And now T1 shot is going to get shut down early. He just gets free reign of the ball, gets a flip reset, and Essex wait for Twente to mess it up.
Well, they are waiting for a mistake, and there is still time on the clock. It could be the strategy that works, and that shot from George is gonna find the post. The curse of the woodwork seems to have shifted here. And while Forza, with a very bizarre backwards touch, could have dropped his team in trouble. Switch looking for the read, but again, won't quite find it. And Essex look good when they're on offense, but right now with how infrequently that's been, they need to be more clinical. As healed from the back, they have to again. George will get that boost. No, he actually didn't get it. My mistake. Lexano going to touch it down towards him here. He's going to try and pop it out, but with nowhere to go, Switch is going to have to make that save, and Twente could easily be 2 up right now. Essex are going to need to respond too. The time is running out for waiting for mistakes. They're really going to have to try and take things into their own hands.
Oh my, yeah, these final 90 seconds are going to be pivotal because as soon as Twente go to that 3-game on their own match point, I do not really see it happening anymore. They might just get a game, but, well, they've still got 1 game to work with right here, right now. That shot could put them tied up. No, he gets saved by Quiver. Force now down the other end, moving at a rapid pace once again. Gets a touch. Is it going to be good enough? George was waiting on the defensive line, and it is not going to be good enough for now. But T1 giving him a free shot. He's going to put it on target. George Berg given a shot on target, and he's going to save it. This final minute is going to be so pivotal for Essex.
So many double commits from Essex on defense, though, is really stifling their ability to transition into counter-attack and pressure of their own, as they're just covering the same area of the pitch a lot of the time, so it just leads to the double commits because they both think it's their ball to go for, and it just feels like a lack of trust, and it just isn't a fun environment to play in. You can see how the tilt can begin to set in, though maybe the play can come through. Switch will get the mid boost, he'll get the ball, he'll get the pass. George Berg with the shot will find the back of the net, and a huge equaliser for Essex will keep them in game 4.
Oh my, what a play as well out of Essex, putting out so much pressure, so much power behind that one ball, and if they do break away, they do it in style. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Essex, and this could just be that confidence booster that they need, but they cannot concede right away. There's a little bit of a miscommunication on the side of Twente. It's still forced up for it. Quiver not expecting anybody to miss it there. T1 picks that one right back up, and Essex backboard defense is looking really slow. T1 he whips it way too far. Quiver off to the backboard. Switch gets a touch on it, but Twente, they need to keep on moving. They need to keep on going. They've still got 5 seconds. Once again in a position where they're going to finish in overtime, but instead it's going down the other end, and it hits the ground. That was a free shot, but it is overtime.
Oh my goodness, Essex, what could have been the same situation as last game? Can they put it right this time? A great player's got them back into it, but surely a simple play could have just won them it in 0 seconds, but they're going to have to let that off their minds right now and focus on what is in front. Switch again, looking for the counter-attack, though the offense still trying to back him up here. Forza trying to stable the ship. 420, he looks for the shot, but not enough boost to reach that ball. Lexano will try and work it around the corner. Demo will help him out from George Berg. He'll flick it past one. He'll infield it to Switch, but the shot is lacking. Oh, the pre-jump made it a little bit close. The shot certainly lacked source, but still forced the save out of the defense as George again forcing the boost usage once again. The defense could be slow, as you say, but Switch a comfortable touchdown to George Berg. Essex, the confidence is there. Hopefully no double commits, but Twente just still feel like they could strike at any moment, and I'm on the edge of my seat right now in this game 4 overtime.
This is absolutely ridiculous. And well, Essex, they are moving at a better pace right now. That was definitely the confidence that they needed to kind of get back into this and really get going, but they're not done just yet. They still have however long to play until this one ends. Forrest, did he have a flip reset? I don't think he did. Ups for the 50 instead. And that's T1 out to the side. Switch taking over, whipping that one straight back in towards the center. Quiver not really getting the greatest touch, straight into George Berg. Forrest once again alone back on defense, and now Essex, they're just pre-jumping. They want to get going and at a quick pace as well, but at this time it doesn't quite work out for them, and T1 can take it into attack.
No, but it's certainly forced some nervy defense from the Dutch University. They're up the side, double committing right now. Essex starting to meet them at the mid-line. They're growing into this one. Switch is going to get that one for free. It's high. T1 is waiting, though waiting he does wisely, and he clears it away to the side, but into the corner. Lexano goes. He wins the race to this one. Can Switch dunk? No. Quiver with a big win on the defense. Forza with the touch. Lexano will take the corner boost and turn, though lose the 50 is all that he does, though George required there and makes that touch, but T1 he strikes back here, and the nerves starting to set in here. Over 2 minutes into overtime, the next goal could send Twente to match point or could keep Essex well and truly in the series. It could easily be decisive, this next goal, and from the backboard George Berg will have to clear, and a whiff touch. The nerves are certainly on show right now, and the doink will force a save out of esports team Twente. Can Essex keep up the offense, though? It's towards the backboard and down, and I think Twente will clear away.
Yeah, they do get it away, but that was a scary position. Now it's a scary position for Essex. Force can't quite get the shot on target. And that is going to allow Essex to slightly break out, but clear from George isn't quite what he was looking for. Twente, they're looking panicky though. They're looking a little bit shaky as that boost was missed by Force. The Musty doesn't come through, and it's T1shot now alone on the backboard. Gets it into Force, and George Burkey, final man in defense, has to hold on. He did hold on long enough to get his teammates back in that defensive position as well, but this is getting absolutely clenching, and one tiny mistake could be the end. Quiver with a decent pop. I don't think he expected to get it, and Essex get away with it.
Yeah, the coconuts to attempt a musty when your team is desperate for the winning goal in overtime. You look back to that and the 0-second goal that should have been, and if Essex don't win this, you can understand why they could be broken, though in the series they would still be but desperate for this game for overtime, which is fast approaching 4 minutes, and Essex have certainly made some nice plays. Twente on the back foot here. Lexano looking for another passing play, though it's a neutral 50. It's high, it's dangerous, but Switch will win the race to the ball. T1shot will fire it right back, and George Burke required to put the ball away to the side, and Switch, he does go up again, looking for the pinch maybe with his teammate. No, Lexano happy to clear that one away, and a big demo from Quiver. Lexano out the game for now, although George will get that boost. Essex surely comfortable defense. The pinch didn't look comfortable, but it nearly became very uncomfortable for Twente. Double commit,
actually. T1shot, these side flips. That was such a great opportunity. There was so many openness, and once again Lexano gets in the way of it. This is absolutely ridiculous for Twente. They've got the opportunities, they have the chances, but they're just not converting on it right now, because I don't think that they expect to get the chances that they're getting. They have to be on point a little bit more. Potentially in that cherry pick and position as T1shot shoots that down the opposing end, deep in towards the opposing side. Now Force taking over. I think T1shot was still hunting demos, forcing towards the center, and this is what I mean. Quiver just not prepared enough for it.
Certainly back onto DEFCON 5 is the Essex defense, though a huge touch from George to deny T1shot his shot there, as off the backboard again. Twente starting to turn the tide, but the shot's still not on target. Can T1shot reach this clear? He does. He fires it all the way back, but Switch, he's up, confident in George Berg's race to the ball, which he does win. He's out the play, getting the boost here. T1shot taking Lexano out the game. Switch required again, though a big touch will buy more time. We're well past another game's worth of overtime here, and Essex are all in on this one. T1shot here, up he goes here, uncontested. Switch will wait, he looks to challenge now, and a big challenge it is, and turns it into a double touch. George Burke is 1v1, they're 2v1, can he score? Surely he scores, and he does! The bump comes through, and Essex are even again!
Oh my, almost 6 minutes of overtime is what it took. A Switch has body blocked Quiver right there, and finally Essex find their way through. I don't want to point out a play from T1shot that he didn't have any boost, but he still faked out, and using that tiny bit of boost to fake out the aerial massively put off the Essex defense, but it wasn't enough, and they will still break through. Finally get a goal, but if you look at the saves, that is absolutely ridiculous. 14 on the side of Essex, whereas only 5 on the side of Twente.
Yeah, the shots, 10 shots to 16 in favour of Twente. Likewise, they have been out shooting most of this series, but Essex, at least to me, was certainly the better side in that overtime, and realistically, they probably should have won it before it got to overtime, but we talk about them as a momentum team to win nearly a 6-minute overtime on what is now an even scoreline, best of 7. Surely Essex become favourites now.
Well, I wouldn't say they won that confidently, and they're still looking incredibly inconsistent, not only in an entire series, but also in just a game itself, where they all of a sudden pop off and then they go down that kind of slump again. But it's game number 5 underway. Usually this would be the deciding match, but no, it's a best of 7. Switch out to the side, T1shot. Well, I think just once again becomes a matter of, oh my word, I did not see that coming, of who takes home this game is going to be the winner of this series.
Maybe. You certainly don't think there might be a game 7? Well, of course, Game 5 less pivotal, though hopefully no Game 5 curse for Essex if you're an Essex fan, and certainly doesn't seem to be, as George Burke just cannot stop scoring right now. I think he's got almost all but one of the Essex goals in this series, reading that ceiling corner bounce perfectly and continuing the red march right now.
Honestly, that's not the only thing. He's also been massive on that defensive side, absolutely coming up clutch. George has been a pivotal part of the Essex play, and this time also opened up the series, but the last time they did that, I think they did concede later on and they ended up losing in overtime, so it's not necessarily the end of the game, especially with it only being about 40 seconds in here. A switch. He wants to extend that goal lead, obviously, but T1 shot once again given so much time to take it up in towards the air. Lexno beaten by a margin and a half, and Force can get it on target, yes, but it's going to be too weak. Quiver will put it in though, and Twente equalise early.
Yeah, such a stressful save for George to make the crossbar down bounce. Quiver just patient, watches the mess unfold in front of him and tucks it away easy. As Essex may have enjoyed their lead, but it certainly was not long lasting, as back to an even scoreline we go. I'm worried, Hyperia. I predicted this match would go to Game 7 and Essex would take it, but I'm just not sure my heart can take it.
I don't want to see another 6-minute overtime, because especially if it's in Game 7 and it being lower bracket, loser gets out. See you later, see you next time, maybe. But it's just so incredibly intense, and these players definitely feel it as well. They are not going to be on the ease; they're going to be on the edge and kind of scared of making a tiny mistake, and that's exactly the point where you do start making them.
Indeed, they do as well. Quiver forced to make another save on the goal line. Essex still certainly not without their offense of their own, as off the crossbar it comes, fortunately for esports Team 20, as both goalkeepers were backflipping and praying for it not to be on target. Switch will with that one in the midfield, uncharacteristically, though Essex still allowed free reign of this midfield, as esports Team 20 have just been sat back watching them with all three players, and that's fine when there's a lack of danger, but I don't know, it just seems a little bit weird right now in such a tense standoff as well. A massive ceiling pinch will this time find the Essex crossbar. And honestly, regardless of how this series goes, surely the MVP for both teams has to be the woodwork.
Absolutely. I mean, it always comes in clutch or completely detrimental, really depending on which side you've come on. But I think on both cases, actually, hold on a second, scratch that post-work talk, as a little bit of a mistake. Phil bump in net almost turns into a lethal offense from Essex, but there's just not enough behind it. They're really not getting it across the pitch as quickly as they would have liked. Quiver, can he put it towards the backward, maybe even into the back of the net? The in-and-out save doesn't get made, and T1 shot manages to break through.
Huge play, 1-2 from Quiver, back to T1 shot, and as you say, Switch tried, but he was nowhere near a top shelf shot, and 20 moved back into a winning position here. Still over 2 minutes on the clock, but they could be moving to match point.
Well, it could just be, and whichever team wins are obviously going to move to that match point position, as forcing it through. It's just not really enough for Twente right now. They have a goal lead. It's not necessarily as if they're absolutely dominant, and that is something that they have been at times in this series. If they could really lock it up and get that defense, which honestly gets caught off guard one too many times. If they could manage to tie it up, T1 shot gets a final touch, which was expecting it and waited patiently to clear it out.
Forza looking for the air dribble inside, but George says no. Can Essex counter-attack here? A lovely read from Switch, but brilliant positioning from T1 shot, going to make it look like it was not even close. So Essex still needing one here, and the time could be running out, though. Quiver missing the backboard read, and Switch with the shore-to-shore double touch is going to get the clutchest of equalizers here.
Right, Quiver just misreading that a tiny bit. Yeah, well, then you expect Switch to actually be hitting that, and he lives up to the expectation this time. All equalized up, 1 minute 20 remaining, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another overtime and then it kind of goes in towards the distance, which we reset off the ceiling. I don't know what's going on here on the Essex side, and Well, they might have heard me on the Essex side and said, "No, we don't want an overtime. We'll just give away a goal here."
Yeah, I mean, just up on the monkey bars right now. Nobody challenging. They had 2 back, but they might as well have had 1, if not none. T1 shot once again finding the placement, and a great shot it was to put Twente back in front, and a bit of a sucker punch of a goal, really. You think a fantastic double touch could really rile up the Essex team, and then to concede one like that, it really sort of takes the steam out of you, right?
Yeah, it's really important if you finally get such a good comeback and such a good goal to actually get it going, and then you manage to completely mess it up directly afterwards and make an awkward double touch or the lack of in defense. And that's how Twente managed to put themselves ahead once again. Obviously, Twente are going to very much take it as they move in towards the offensive position. Cars flying about, absolutely ridiculousness in the Essex defense. Once again, they do manage to get away unscathed and actually potentially turn this into a fruitful offense. These final 30 seconds, Essex have to clutch up.
Indeed, as they trying with this offense, so that bounce, unfortunately for them, finding the curb and bouncing wildly high and out, and a double commit spelling disaster right now. Essex might not get another offensive chance, even if they're lucky. They need the counter-attack now. 5 seconds on the clock in game 5. The ball will roll, but Forza may be there first. Lexano can't make the challenge switch. He's got to make a miracle happen. He's got time, and the touch just isn't quite good enough. Twente will take game 5. Once again, Essex losing game 5. They're on elimination point here in this lower bracket. Best of 7 esports team 20 blue, by the way, 1 game away from moving on and eliminating the UK side. But can Essex do it here? The doubters massively outweighing the believers. Typically a side that's always crumbling under the pressure, the momentum too much to deal with. What a statement it would be if they could come back and win this in game 7.
Oh man, that would be absolutely amazing. But I did say that I didn't really think it's going to happen. I think Essex, they really need that momentum on their side, and as soon as they don't even slightly have it, and that's when Twente are just able to steam through and really storm on towards the opposing side every single time. It really showed in that series as well. Yes, they got the winning goal off of the back of a mistake from Essex, but that's not really what you want from the side of Essex either. You don't want to have those massive mistakes. It's just a little bit unfortunate to see from Essex at times, but they do have a game to try and make it up, or well, they need 2 games to try and make it up. Lexano with a decent kick over, Quiver takes that one right back towards the opposing side. Decent pop-off, and well, it's a good demo attempt, but that is all that it stays at, an attempt.
A momentous save from George Burke on the goal line there. You think it could have been curtains if they conceded in the first 10 seconds off that loss, but the door is held, and T1 shot, he wants more. Esports Team 20, they're liking the attacking right now, and Forza trying to keep it in the Essex half, though a double commit could prove awkward. T1 shot will win the race to the loose ball, though. George with another difficult touch, though. Another very good one. Quiver, his shot is dangerous. Nearly a redirect from Forza, and right now Twente are just running over Essex, but Essex are holding on. It is 0-0. They've turned the momentum before. They've proved us wrong before. They can absolutely do it again.
And they're going to have to do it, because otherwise they're just out, and you don't want to see Essex out that early. I mean, they'll be joining Loughborough, I guess, but still, you don't want to see those 2 teams already dropped out. Lexington on the defensive side gets it out to the side, looking for an infield pass, manages to get it to Switch, but Switch he just doesn't want it. He just doesn't want to show. He wants to take it slow, and that is not what favors Essex. They need to have those plays which generate confidence. They're just not doing that right now.
Yeah, I think he was trying to fake the shot and sort of scoop it inside because he didn't think he could make that angle. But I do agree, Essex look at their best when playing fast and making Twente look uncomfortable. And right now, they've looked okay, very okay on defense here in this crucial game 6. And if they could get the first goal, that would bode so well for them here. And they could do it with this offense. Essex again slouching on the defense. They get away with it, but for how long? Lexano denying Quiver with a huge touch there. And somehow Essex clean sheet is still intact. And they've got 3 minutes here to try and strike back.
Well, plenty of time, but still the way that Twente is moving, it is looking very groovy and very smooth there. And a lot smoother than Essex, but in the end it doesn't really matter as long as you get the job done. And then you're all good. You do need to get the job done though. Double commit coming out of 20 could just start the offense for Essex right here. George with a 100 boost pickup, infield pass to Lexino, no follow-up as of right now. George misreading that slightly. Lexino getting bumped up in defense. There's nobody back except Lexino, but he does manage to recover in time. Force rips another one. Never mind, it's going to be a pass to T1 shot. Then Quiver also rips his shot, but the defense from Essex is absolutely stellar.
Yeah, they certainly got the numbers back right now, hoping for that mistake from 20, that overcommit. We saw it with the overtime, that counter-attack, the 2v1 bump. It was proved successful. It's off the 20 post. They're going to get away with that one, though. Essex looking a little bit dangerous now. Lexino dropping it for switch, though he can't quite work that angle. Though a whiff again from the 20 defense. They do not like being here. The pressure, they're one game from moving on, and Essex, they've got nothing to lose right now. Less than 2 seconds on the clock. They're looking to link up again, though. George, he's just got no one there for him. Unfortunately, Lexino looking for a double off this corner wall, though. He is going to find it, though. T1 shot, good patience, gets it back into that corner.
2-1 shot on the opposing side, so landing underneath it as well. Such a pivotal player he has been for 20, and it's not going to be pivotal as of quite yet, since this series or this game is still completely equalized, regardless of the amount of opportunities that have been created, and good ones as well. So as if just a loose cannon somewhere in towards the opposing box. Now it's really decent shots in front of the target. Now once again, Lexo getting in the way of a decent shot. Force can't really get it on target either, and George clears it out. 20, they're hunting for this goal. They want it right now, but that could prove to be absolutely fatal if the counter-attack manages to find its way through. Okay, George is back. George is back.
He's back. I was nervous. I couldn't quite see him there. Camouflage in red. In the final minute, the next goal could easily prove crucial in Essex. They need it. They cannot afford to concede now. They would be risking complete elimination at this point, and Switch is going to try and prevent that here from the wall. He's going to force the 50, but the ball is once again 20's. George slaps it backboard. The whiff comes through, and Lexino is there to strike on an open net. 20, they falter, and Essex, they punish.
Oh my. I did not expect T1 shot to be missing that, and I don't think any of his team members did do that as well. So, well, that leads to a conceded goal. Essex in the final 30 seconds managed to get one into the back of the net, but they do need to get a defense in place as well to be holding off to this incredibly lethal 20 offense as Force holding to the side. And Quiver gonna get the redirect. I think it might have gotten a touch, but Force, the second one is actually going to deny T1 shot anything on it. Lexno could have put in the fatal one, not quite yet. George is waiting there patiently, a little bit out of position. It allows Force to take it up into the air. T1 shot wants to go underneath to touch just a little bit too hard. Quiver, he managed to keep it up for now, but I don't think it's going to be that case for too much longer. T1 shot, he was just off into the corner.
We have it, ladies and gentlemen. Essex have come back more than once in this series, and once again they force us back, this time to Game 7 between Essex and Esports Team 20. It all comes down to the next 5 minutes. Elimination on the line on this next. It could be more than 5 minutes, because we could have another 6-minute overtime, which in Game 7, you can only imagine the nerves right now. We saw a big whiff on the 20 defense. That doesn't bode well for them going into Game 7. And Essex, their record in pivotal games in series has never been the best, but this is not the usual Essex we are seeing. It may not be perfect, but they are doing what they have not done before. And I have to say, I initially predicted them to win in Game 7, and I'm worried that I have written it in the ancient scriptures of Game 7. Not ancient scriptures of Game 7, but the ancient scriptures of EURC as a whole. And right now, 20 looking to prove us wrong and see out the series.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if 20 do manage to take it home here. They've been so incredibly lethal, but oh my word, almost directly off of kickoff, conceding one. They've really put on a lot of pressure and continuously putting up decent opportunities. Just the finishing power. Switch once again tries the must. He gets it into the backboard. No follow-up from Essex. You'd think that 2 players up from 20 off in towards the opposing side on the Essex side, and Essex say, look, we're going to move up a little bit more aggressive. 1 man back is enough. But no, they just wait and sit back, and that is going to absolutely deny them later on in this game as well if they do continue doing that.
Indeed, the second musty attempt by Switch, and unfortunately for him, the second failure. Thinking about what could have been, we're still at 0-0 in Game 7, and the difference in confidence an early goal could do, and Switch will force it in this time. He will not be denied. The infield from Lexano, and Twente just couldn't keep it out.
Oh my, also the Twente defense showing signs of failure right there, not being in the right position. I think Forrest was expecting T1shot to clear it out better than he did, instead of just throw it away right back in towards the S6 side. But scratch that, scratch one in the pass, because Switch, he's hunting for another goal. It just lands in front of the goal line. Not to my surprise that S6 is just not there for the conversion, as a decent save gets made by Quiver. Forrest, can he get a second touch? He gets a good 50. T1shot takes over. Don't give him time in the air, because he will pull up and he will stun off to the backward. Switch should be back to try and catch it, but Twente, they're doing the exact same thing as Essex and just sitting back.
Yeah, they need this offense right now. They previously looked like their feet were just getting cold. Such patient but cramped three-man defense, and the offense will be there. Quiver with a beautiful archer's shot there to the top corner.
Oh my, that is absolutely amazing. Switch once again. Oh, I don't think it could have been more perfect. I mean, maybe by a very slight margin, but that was about as close to perfection as you want. And Switch with the in and out once again failing. Off of kickoff, it is Twente putting on the pressure towards the opposing side. Quiver gets it in towards the center. Nobody there to capitalize on it, though. Of course, far back enough. T1shot still quite far out of the play. Allows Lexano to take control. Get a reset of the ceiling. It's just, well, I mean, I want you to gain confidence, but just don't be ridiculous there, Lexano.
I mean, Lexano tried for the highlight reel play, but the bounce did not come out at all. Simply a roll, making him look a little bit silly, but you can't be blaming him for trying that in Game 7. You want to be coming off confident. You want to be making your opponents uncomfortable, and that is an epitome of that right now. Switch with the too fast of a shot once again, and the hand is there from the Twente goalkeeper, but he just couldn't keep it out.
Oh my, actually an own goal out of Quiver. That is not what you were looking for if you were watching for the start of Twente, obviously, but well, it's what you're going to have to deal with as Quiver takes it up into the air. George surely able to get the clear out to the side. What is going on? Misses up the wazoo, and well, that allows T1shot to take it off to the ceiling. Gets the reset as well. It's just not far enough in towards the center. Double commit out of Twente. No follow-up coming from it. George Berg versus T1shot. Switch in as an infield passing up position. Oh my, the side of Twente actually break through. Switch is far back enough, but it's at 50. Quiver up to the backward force. Can't really get it. T1shot calls him up, and no one makes the touch.
Unbelievable. So often there, Twente looked like they might have been impatient on offense, though they could have it here. The miss comes through, and T1shot will put it in the back of the net. Game 7 nerves gonna strike a Switch. May have scored 2, but he is at guilt here for the 4th, and we are back level here. 3-3 in games, 2-2 in game, and just over 2 minutes on the clock.
I think Switch is the perfect person to be playing for Essex. The ups and downs that he's having in this game alone. Yeah. Missing 2 saves, one, albeit it being very hard and very difficult to get it out, but this should have been a save. And then also getting 2 stellar goals on the board. Lexano attempts to try and get something going for himself, doesn't manage to do so. It's T1shot once again in that defensive position. Out to the side he goes, 100 boost pickup. Can he get a second touch once again? Getting them one in towards the center field position. Force can't really get the greatest touch. Does get a shot on target. Actually is being that slow. Forcing the Essex defense in an awkward position. They break with a good counter. George, he just gets it right in his feet and will absolutely boom it towards the back of the net.
Oh, he may not have scored in a while, but he is back with the angle at the near post here. Who knows? It could be the crucial goal in this series, but there is still time on the clock. And with the defenses both looking nervy, who knows how many more we've got in this one. But George, oh, that one could be the most important of this series.
Very much what could be, and George, you can always expect him to come in absolutely clutch at such a moment. Oh my word, I was expecting the goal there. First, once again, obviously George on the line, recovering in time, but now Twente, they've got 1 minute 20 to try and make this comeback, to try and get something going. George in an awkward position. sometimes they're just a little bit too aggressive for the bumps on the side of Twente. T1shot managed to get it center, but because they went for that bump, everybody is out of position.
Indeed, as George is going to be able to kill more time off the clock. We're into the final minute of Game 7, and Twente are trying, but they just can't get a clean-cut opportunity. In Essex, they could threaten themselves. They're going to be patient, though. Smart play, maybe, though. All three back, all three clumped up. The infield is going to catch them out, but the shot just couldn't quite find the target. Quiver is up to try again. He gets it backboard, but the block is there, and now we're down to 30 seconds. Switch is on the counter-attack. Could he punish here? He tries to dunk, but Twente, they get it back here. They pass it, but the pass is straight to Lexno, but he's going to spill it as well. The infield, the hit is scuffed. It works as a back pass forcer over to the other side here, but George Berg is going to intercept it. It's off the corner wall. Lexno is backwards, but he stretches back and makes the touch. He's got the ball. He's got the boost. Run that timeout. He flicks it towards the net, but the save from T1shot is going to keep them in it, but no, George will strike again, and Essex have done it here. They've come back from the dead again and again during this series. They've been memed, they've been joked at, they've been bullied for never clutching it up when it matters here, but they prove us all wrong here in Game 7 against Esports Team Twente. They have shown up. A new team, you could call it. They're going to get never mind, they're not going to get 5, but they're going to win the series in Game 7. Commiserations to Esports Team Twente, and Essex are the ones who live to see another day.
Now, finally, you can say about Essex that, well, they're just doing it for the show. They just want to put on a good show for everybody instead of just dropping in towards that Game 7. Oh, my word, that was incredibly intense. Well played by Twente as well. I do think that if they play together more and more, they can be an absolute force to be reckoned with. Sometimes they just were a little bit out of sync there, trying to go for demos when nobody was really there for the shot, when the person who went for the demo should have been going for the shot. So mistakes racking up for Twente, and Essex absolutely amazing, clutched up when they needed to take home the 4-3 victory in a deserved fashion.
Yeah, indeed. The pressure, just too much to deal with at times, and understandable in elimination series in the playoffs of EURC. And well, Game 5s may not be Essex's thing. They did lose Game 5 in that series, but Game 7, it's like the meme with the girl in the red dress and the guy. Game 5 is behind them. They're just like, whoo. Game 7? Yes, please. And they will prove it here. They will go on to play the loser of Bournemouth Kiel. Now, that will be a tough series no matter what. But if they can beat their demons and go into that series confident, who knows what they can do. As we have one series left for you, ladies and gentlemen, today. This time, we're going to the upper bracket for an all-German showdown here. The Basilisk Berlin going up against Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. We'll have that one with you and hopefully an interview after the break.
say? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Now we won't go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got a few more days to slay, it's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. I wonder what went wrong today. Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words you say the words you remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EURC broadcast, where we had just had an absolute treat of a series there. Essex Blades eliminating Esports Team 20 in Game 7 of the lower bracket. And we've got a member of the Essex Blades with us right here, Switch. We understand you are having an unbelievable party and we've dragged you out of this for this beautiful interview. How good does that win feel, especially in a Game 7?
It feels good, but at the same time, they're meant to be the easiest team we face in this bracket, so it's looking a bit dodgy going forward.
Yeah, it's certainly better than losing. Many times I figured that you might be in for the loss, but to see you clutch it up like that certainly represents, so maybe a change of fate. Although, of course, Orion, their next game does look like it will be the loser of Bournemouth Kiel. I don't know how much of the series you watched, but how worried do you think they might be going into that?
Well, I joined the series with 20 2-1 up, and to kind of see Essex continue to battle back was quite a spectacle. It put a bit of pride in my heart for UK University Rocket League, and it's great to see you guys have a whole kind of season of bouncing back and that redemption arc after dropping into regionals in that week 1. So I definitely think with that result we can say that Essex are well and truly back. But as you say, Bournemouth and Kiel, who would you prefer to face between those two?
Definitely Kiel, but not even because of the skill. It's just because 2 seasons of NSE and we have yet to play them. A season of NUEL and we haven't played them either. So I just want to play them to see what it's like, to be honest.
I mean, that's fair enough. The diversity. Maybe you catch them by surprise and end up with a potentially surprise win. I mean, Wet Tiger, while we've got Switch here, if there's anything you'd like to ask him, as I mean, that was a back and forth overtime. I mean, the 6-minute overtime has to be a standout, right?
Yeah, it was a great series. I really couldn't hold my breath on most of the actions. Like musty flicks you've tried while being 1-1 is kind of ridiculous, but it was a great series nonetheless. I don't know. You don't sound like you're really happy about the win, as you probably should be, because this game should give you momentum, and you have to pretty much step up your game to get going with the competition. Do you think you can win more games than that, or are you like one and done?
I definitely think we can beat Kiel. Bournemouth, it's not out of the question, because as I've heard Tylacto say before, we play to the skill level of our opponents. So if they're worse, we often play worse. If they're better, we often play better. So you never really know what we're going to do in regards to results to a series. So I definitely think we can move on. It just has to, it really depends on the series, the match, how we're playing, what we had for breakfast. I don't know. It's just, no one knows really.
Yeah, it does feel that way sometimes. Very rarely does it seem easy for Essex, ironically. I mean, I don't know how that 6-minute overtime was for you. Personally, I think if you don't get that overtime, it's lights out. Maybe you think differently, but it was an emotional roller coaster all the way, right?
Yeah, it was certainly interesting. We weren't actually that panicked, though, to be honest.
Everyone looks quite panicked on both sides.
When we were 3-2 down, we spoke and we were like, if we just keep on playing like this, but just cancel out the mistakes, we'll be good. Because sometimes we just overcommit and then let in an easy goal, but we didn't really do that. Although game 7, it was a bit dodgy. So yeah, shout out to everyone who was watching in the Essex channel as well. They want their shout out, so I got to give it to them.
That's fair enough. It's great to have the support back, and as you've figured out the secret Essex strategy here, guys, it's just don't make mistakes. And truly, Switch, that is the sort of insight you've given us here from the interview on the panel. I mean, thank you very much for joining us. We've got our final series of the day. You got the Basilisk up against Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. Which way do you think that one's going to go?
I think it's quite interesting because Dusseldorf don't, on paper, seem like a team that would be at the top, at least in my opinion. But they've been playing together for so long, and when we played against them, it was clear they had a really good read on what each other were doing the whole time. So I think they could actually make it quite far if they're on good form.
All right, that's fair enough. I mean, thank you very much for joining us after a very long, emotional series. Switch, thank you for joining us very much indeed.
Yep, thank you for having me.
That was Switch of the Essex Blaze there. They, I'm sure, will be partying all night in a COVID-safe way as we look towards our final series of the day. It's an upper bracket matchup. The winner, of course, goes on to play the Groningen Martinis. And of course, coming all the way out the Uniliga. I mean, Wet Tiger, I have to go to you first. The Basilisk doing strong, coming out second in Group D, whereas, you know, Dusseldorf in that very stacked Group B doing okay to get third, but feel like they probably could have done better, right? How do you feel about this matchup, and which way do you think it's going to go?
I don't know. I love both of those teams. Like the Basilisks, they have a really, really awesome playstyle where they pressure the enemies a lot, while Düsseldorf is a team that, like, I've said it in the first series they've played, they try those infield passes and they'll do it over and over again until they score, and it's so amazing that they get this so consistently. So I think that definitely can be a Game 7 series. Both of them are great in Germany. It's like the third team against the fourth team, so my heart is probably on the Düsseldorf side. Even I love the Basilisks, and I can't really decide. Like, it's definitely both of my favorite teams. I think it will be an awesome series.
All right, that's fair enough. I'm sure we're in for an awesome series too, as a testament to what you and Switch were saying. I think Düsseldorf are very well put together team, really playing solid, just fantastically. As opposed to most teams, the team plays that they're capable of putting together is honestly fantastic. And yet, despite that, and despite the fact that despite the fact that I did predict Düsseldorf on my prediction bracket earlier, I'm actually going to go with the Berlin Basilisk. I just feel like maybe this is their day. And ever since Düsseldorf lost in that crazy reverse sweep, Orion, at the hands of Rotterdam. Now, obviously, they're not playing Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, but I think maybe there's a chink in their armor. I certainly think Düsseldorf come in favourites, but I'll give you the deciding vote of the panel.
Yeah, I was looking at this matchup on mainly how they performed in groups, and they both went 5-2. Düsseldorf went 18-10 in games, whereas the Basilisks were 19-10. So there really is, on paper, nothing to separate them coming into this bracket. So, as you heard Wet Tiger say, you've kind of just got two titans of Uniliga, Rocket League going up against each other here, and I really can't call this one. You know, I don't quite know enough about them. One thing I would say, though, is it's been very clear like how Düsseldorf plays with those infield passing plays. Yes. So I think if teams haven't started to figure that out by now, I would be very surprised. So, you know, I would expect to see Berlin trying to cut off those infield passing plays, and if they can do that, then they'll probably find quite a bit of success. But if they're not wise to that, then we really could see Düsseldorf taking the series.
All right, well, of course, thank you for the insight. Wet Tiger will be joining you back on the panel after the series, but for now, we're going to head right into it. Our last series of the day, another best of 7. This time, of course, it is going to be in the upper bracket. Loser of this series will have to play against the winner of York against ULB, and you'd think maybe a team of the quality of Düsseldorf Berlin Basilisk could recover and win that, but you never know how shaky you might be coming off a loss. As we do have game 1, Orion, Düsseldorf, Limbo, My Little Pony, and Timo against Berlin Basilisk. Coming out of Group D, Moki, Sherma, and Yado, and what a series we could have on our hands right here.
Yeah, I could definitely see this series going the distance, at least on paper, but we'll see what the dynamic of the game ends up like, as it is going to be an early bit of offense for Düsseldorf at the moment. That's a great drop down from Timo into the midfield, but Limbo was just a bit too far forward to be able to do anything with it, and now we're already down the other end. Some early ping pong and opportunities, but no real shooting opportunities coming through just yet. Moki's going to control this one in the corner. Round 1, might get it round 2 here, and trying to find the infield pass, but not able to connect with his teammate. They're getting blocked out by Düsseldorf, but no real offensive opportunities until I start to say that sentence, of course. My Little Pony going to put in the first one for Düsseldorf.
And it's the first infield pass in play of the day, and what a connection. 121. The first 30 seconds really have been Düsseldorf dominance. My Little Pony opening up the scoreline, and Berlin Basilisk, they just arrived at the event and they just got slapped right across the face.
Yeah, it only took 30 seconds for Wet Tiger's prediction to come true with that infield passing play, so we'll see how many we see of them, or whether we see the Basilisk actually becoming more wise to that and going, oh yeah, this is oh, it's that, oh, okay, now we know what we're playing against, so we'll see how that develops.
Indeed, as well, that is one infield passing play of the day. Whether we should keep a counter of them doing it any time, or maybe just the ones that they score, or else we might be counting all night, as Düsseldorf will take the possession off defense. Timo composed under pressure, but Sherma just completely removing him from the field, and Limbo beat out there, meaning maybe Berlin can get something going here, but not quite. Already retreated back. I'm afraid they really don't want to be giving that sort of space against a team that's so good at linking up and punishing them for it.
Yeah, there's a kind of there's a very ping pong style going on, and I think it's because there's a real lack of boost in the midfield. It's an absolute war for the boost in the midfields at the moment. You're seeing players back on their defensive halves with a lot of boost, and players are just clanging the ball across the field to each other, not really being able to link up in midfield just yet, although it does look like Düsseldorf are going to be the ones to do that, as they kind of just drop these passes into the midfield and force 50-50s. If they're not challenged, then they really could start to present opportunities for them.
Yeah, they could, as Yato required there on the goal line to make a save. Berlin Basilisk still starting a little bit slow for their standards, you have to say. There's been a couple signs, but Dusseldorf on top right now. Sherma looking to send it across towards Yato, linking up nicely here. He controls it, but he can't really go anywhere. Binging it with his teammate. Tima's just going to punish it and walk it into the net, but it won't quite find the back. Limbo will see it away here, and once again the Basilisks just lay on their back and turn over. Moki just missing the boost. It's a disaster for him. So painful to watch, and Dusseldorf, they will revel in it.
Yeah, that just seemed kind of like a small snowball which started an avalanche for the Basilisks there. It was just one team bump, and then a player got demoed while in pretty much a Rule 1 with his own teammate, and yeah, then missing the boost was Moki, and it all just fell apart from there. So 2-goal cushion now for Dusseldorf. They're trying to make it 3 here, continuing just to pepper that net with shots. Limbo is going to look for another infield pass off the ceiling, actually gets it through, but Sherma able to get that block in, but only as far as Tima. They're really meeting it on that halfway line, and Basilisk, they're really struggling to get out of their own half.
Yeah, they really are. Dusseldorf starting to tighten that grip, and certainly I would say that I kind of expected them during the performances we saw earlier in the season to just go 7-0 in their group. They truly looked absolutely fantastic, but that shock reverse sweep from Erasmus Rotterdam has really just changed the tone surrounding them. And, you could imagine if they could, at this point, just sweep this series 4-0, what a, job that would do to, re-establish their sort of swagger, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen them, they start strong, but we have kind of just seen these lapses where they just don't seem to be able to recover. Once another team gets some momentum against them, they do really struggle to kind of swing the pendulum back in their favor. So if they can stay on top, I think they're fine. But if these Berlin Basilisks really start to pile on the pressure and take 1 game, 2 games on the bounce, then we could start to see them fall apart here.
And Berlin have really had a good flurry of offense here, and a beautiful passing play to top it off. This was just beautiful. It's actually like a birthday cake. You go up, you got the dough, you've got Yato with the icing, and then the cherry on top from Moki. It's beautiful from the Basilisk. They've outshot 10 shots to 4, and finally they get their breakthrough with just less than a minute on the clock to get an equalizer.
Yeah, didn't need to be complicated, didn't need to be fast. They were just finding each other beautifully. It was kind of just like tiki-taka in the air, really. It was a beautiful thing to watch, and they have managed to get a goal back here, so could start to come back in regulation. And Dusseldorf, they look so strong coming out of the blocks, but they are on the back foot now with only about 30 seconds left. If they could get another goal here, then I'm pretty sure that would put this game to bed. But yeah, Berlin, they are getting out of their own half more now, and they are starting to put that pressure on.
Yeah, the past 2 minutes have been massively in Berlin's favour. As I say that, they nearly triple bump each other, though they're going to get out of defence here and maybe force their last chance of the game. Yato, how much boost does he have to play? Going to only find the crossbar, and a patiently positioned Limbo, who with a big pinch downfield has surely seen off game 1. The pass across falls on deaf ears, and Berlin may have had fantastic offence, but it was too little too late. A professional performance from Dusseldorf, and they see out game 1.
Yeah, well, they did the business in the first half. Interestingly there, 4 shots for Dusseldorf, 2 goals, 50% shot conversion. There were 12 shots for the Basilisks. They scored 1. They scored 1. I mean, they almost got that other goal from what would have been an ungodly pinch with only about 10 seconds left, but not able to get it there. So I really think, that shot conversion, I wasn't expecting that at all. I think the Basilisks, they have that offense. I'm surprised they put that many shots on net.
I'm not really. I mean, the first 90 minutes, crikey, that's a long game. The first 90 seconds or so was all Dusseldorf, but Berlin, the latter half of that game was all them. But the problem was Dusseldorf's defense very well put together. But Berlin, when they were asked them early on questions, just kind of crumbled, and it really proved costly there in that game. But if they can keep the same momentum into game 2, I think that really bodes well for the Basilisks, because they were playing with more confidence. And when you talk about, Dusseldorf struggling against confident teams, because they don't hesitate. They challenge early, they are aggressive, rather than sitting back giving space for them passing plays. And I think if you pretty much just, I mean, it approximates to ball chase against Dusseldorf and they just lose, but that's not entirely what I'm saying, that will be clipped out of context. But the more pressure Berlin can put on them, the more Dusseldorf seem to struggle. But again, Dusseldorf's deep was so strong. The double flip reset attempt is there from Tima, and if the conversion doesn't come through on top of that from Basilisk, then again, they'll find themselves second best.
Yeah, well, it is Dusseldorf putting on that early pressure once more. That double flip reset attempt from Tima probably ruffled a few feathers, like, oh, he can do that? He can actually do that. Oh. It's kind of just a real wake-up call, like, okay, so this is what we're playing against. But, you know, the Basilisks, I expect to see much of the same from them, just putting shot after shot on net. And Dusseldorf, if they just continue to turtle up on defense while those shots are being put on, then we could see them start to crack, you know, and you can only take so much pressure in a series.
Indeed, but they're doing a good job in the midfield here so far in this opening minute again. Basilisk, momentum, they're trying to keep it, but it's stalling a little bit as a big bump from Limbo stops Sherma from getting on the end of that pass. Moki has to buy time and a lovely double to do that with, but again, Limbo patient again, finding his teammates, and Tima again finding the back of the net. Another beautiful passing play from Dusseldorf, and they strike first once again.
Yeah, Basilisks, they were really caught out there. It just wasn't, there was no really coordination in their own half. It was just a ball went over the top, and I think two players were just trying to pressure that halfway line and just get out of their own half, and in doing so were just completely caught out of position, although Yato, with a very powerful flick of his own there, was almost able to draw things level. But yeah, the Basilisks on defense, they really need to almost kind of give Dusseldorf a little bit of respect in that midfield line and then try and transition onto offense instead of kind of just that desperation that they're showing at the moment.
Yeah, it just feels like every time Dusseldorf get that space, though, they just immediately punish. They're so quick to find each other, and when Basilisks are reeling, they're not facing the play. All they can do is stand back and watch, as at least it's not a 2-goal lead to turn over, though it could be soon, and you much need them to respond sooner rather than later. Yato is up, but I don't know if he's going to work that angle. The save from Limbo will be there, and once again, the 3-man defensive wall is back up from Dusseldorf.
Yeah, and it is a real contrast I'm noticing. You know, Dusseldorf will just continuously look for each other on offense, whereas Basilisks, it's just kind of all solo plays, just a one-man army at a time, and these players are very capable of producing those solo plays. We've seen Yato go for them, Sherma's going for one of his own right now, but Dusseldorf, it only takes one player to really cut those out, and they've got 3 very capable defensive players. So I think the more that the Basilisks work as a team, the more that they're going to be successful against Dusseldorf.
Well, it's really interesting you say that, Orion, because when I was looking at the stats earlier, Berlin Basilisks of all teams in the group stage have the lowest assist per goal ratio. Just 60% of their goals had an assist, and I have never seen that number that low in all my history of looking at that stat. You know, it's just strange because when you're in such a high pressure matchup in a playoff best of 7, it's so hard to pull out them solo plays under pressure, whereas when you can rely on your teammates and work together, it just seems a lot more reliable from Dusseldorf, as once again their defense holds up to this offense.
Yeah, and with only a minute 30 left, they're going to have to continue that offense and try and find something, as Dusseldorf, they're looking for a second. Every time Dusseldorf go on that counter attack, they just look so dangerous, although an opportunity might present itself here. Limbo, with a speed flip across the face there, was able to tuck that one into the corner. That was a great defensive play from him, just retreating from the opposing half. Going for some aggressive plays, I see now, are the Basilisks, and I mean, that could work. You know, if you've got someone going for those solo plays and you take out the goalkeeper, that could be exactly what you need just to kind of thread the needle and create those opportunities.
Yeah, well, My Little Pony has been doing such a good job on defense, and will find the counter-attack once again. It's another passing play from Dusseldorf, wins the race to the ball, and Tima is on the receiving end once again. Moki can't get back in time, and it is 2 once again for Dusseldorf.
Yeah, and Tima is an absolute scoring machine right now. He just knows that his teammates are so capable of finding him, just drives up the field, waits for it, and then he's put some beautiful shots on target so far. So Tima really that kind of star striker for Dusseldorf, but they are really working like a very well-oiled machine right now.
They really are, as Berlin Basilisks cannot break down this defense, and the counter-attack almost always feels like it's waiting to happen. I was talking to Dutch Matty, Birmingham Badgers player, official loser of Group D, having lost their crucial series against Berlin Basilisks, their last chance. He said any team that can counter-attack well will just beat Berlin Basilisk. And well, I think it's fair to say that Dusseldorf have done just that, and they have made it look relatively easy here. Their defense just so comfortable. They look so chilled, especially like My Little Pony had so many times where he could have just boomed the ball, but instead just took time, forced Berlin Basilisk to come to them, and that's the sort of plays that are really frustrating for the Berlin Basilisk. Again, they outshoot, but really with few clean-cut opportunities, so it just doesn't matter. Dusseldorf cannot be beaten unless you make them uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, I will kind of stop you there because, you know, we have seen Dusseldorf slow down. We have seen in series that they've played a switch can be flipped. I believe potentially, was it the Martinis? No, it wasn't the Martinis.
Rotterdam.
It was Rotterdam. Yeah.
They were 2-0 up
really
in game 3, and then Erasmus scored 3 goals in a minute, won game 3, and Dusseldorf were just shook. It ended up being 8 unanswered goals, and Erasmus took game 5 in that reverse sweep. And if it weren't for that, Dusseldorf would have been top of the group, possibly deservedly so, though maybe they have learned from that, and maybe they're even better. And if you're a Berlin fan, that's kind of got to be quite worrying right now. 2-0 is the series score.
Yeah, they do look strong, to be fair, and I think I'm actually right in saying that the Basilisks, despite all of their shots, they've only scored 1 so far, despite over 20 shots.
Their shot percentage is at about 4% right now. Not exactly the sort you'd be looking for, and yet you think most of them are just centres and just hoofs towards the net. They've really had few clean-cut opportunities, and when they have had them, Dusseldorf have been forcing the shot to have to be a great one, and without them, they're just not going to find the back of the net. Though Tima has just bodied My Little Pony out of the way, I've seen. Maybe not the teamwork we're famed for, though will actually have bumped My Little Pony into a passing position and then passed to him. What a 500 IQ play from Tima.
Yeah, big brain plays coming out, but we'll see if Dusseldorf can continue to kind of flex that superior IQ level. It's going to be dropping down off the backboard, and Mocky didn't think he was going to get there for that one. Little Pony into the midfield now. Can Limbo just fake this one out? Tried to pop it over the top of Mocky, but wise to that was the Basilisks player. It's a midfield pass, but can't quite wrap himself around that one. Demo coming out now, and Mocky able to carry this one away. Do they have an opportunity here? An uncharacteristic overcommit from Dusseldorf has gifted the Basilisks an opening goal here.
That double commit, and Basilisk with their first lead of the series could be doing wonders for their confidence. I was worried that their defense was being so passive on that another play that could have been a classic infield Dusseldorf goal, but maybe they want the series to be over with. Maybe they got a bit impatient, and it could have cost them here in game 3. There was plenty of time on the clock. The ball is certainly in the Berlin side of the court as Tima will look to build from the back, though score lines like this, when Dusseldorf are on a time limit, that has to be the sort of thing that starts to give them the discomfort that Basilisks need to make them play worse.
Yeah, any bit of pressure that they put onto this Dusseldorf side is going to help them, and My Little Pony with a shot off Tima there, the reversal of assister and shooter, not able to connect that time, and remains with the Basilisks in the lead at the moment, but a much more kind of open and slow-paced game. I think if one thing that the Basilisks could do better is just stop giving Dusseldorf so much space, you know, just continue to challenge and be annoying, you know, cut that ball out before they've even thought about going for it.
Maybe, but no boost will be the case for Yato, just forcing time to be burnt and Dusseldorf to have to clear the ball as, again, just a lack of team play from the Basilisks, but 3 great players they are, Yato, Mocky and Sherma, and they're forcing the margins here Technically, the first goal was assisted, though I think certainly generously so that Mocky gets one for that. But hey, credit where credit is due. He will actually whiff on that touch, but Sherma in position to buy the time, though, gets absolutely clapped out the way. Basilisk will punish on Teema, taking a little bit too much time at that point, as not always can you do that when you're down and heading into the latter half of the game. And maybe Yato here with the pre-flip to the bottom corner. It'll be 2 for Berlin Basilisks.
And 2 big gaping holes on the Dusseldorf defense. Twice now have been punished by the Basilisks. It's just their defense looks so solid in the first 2 games, and now it's just kind of they've almost switched off. Like it's like they're not respecting their opponents as much anymore, and it really has caught them out here.
Really, you really massively do want to be headed through to this upper bracket game against Groningen. Martinis saves you head into that lower bracket where you do not want to end up at any point, though would much rather later rather than sooner. And Berlin are starting to fight back here, and maybe with the implications and the consequences at risk, we will start to see nerves out of this Dusseldorf team, as Berlin will continue the offense and continue to force the ball into the Dusseldorf end, though interestingly, both their goals actually came on the counter-attack.
Yeah, they did, but one thing I want to pick up on, we're in a best of 7 right now, but if this was a best of 5, this would be the first game in a reverse sweep for the Basilisks, and they are winning it. So I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern emerging here for Dusseldorf, where they win 2 games so confidently, and then they just start to switch off a little bit. But, a best of 7, will they really switch off for 4 games in a row? I don't believe that.
Not. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, though. A third will go in for Basilisk. They're looking to run away with game 3 with their 3rd goal in it. Limbo getting dunked, can't recover in time, and Yato forcing it in once again. The Basilisk finally finding what's working for them, and as you say, Dusseldorf uncharacteristically leaky in the defense. The counter-attacks we hadn't seen in the previous games, though mainly because Basilisks were the one on the offense the whole time, though. Oh my goodness! An absolute sledgehammer of a shot from Limbo, and guess what? It's an infield passing play.
Yeah, well, Dusseldorf showing that they are definitely still Dusseldorf with that infield passing play. That one off the crossbar has left probably more than a dent. I think we're going to have to pause this game and do some repair work on that crossbar there, as they get 1 back. They could come back, but, Dusseldorf, it seems to me like they're more of a score early and control the game team. Like, I've rarely seen them come back from being down. So I think, without casters cursing it, that Berlin have got this game in the bag now, but that is a good confidence booster for Dusseldorf, and they're finding their form again here in game 3.
Yeah, they've seen themselves concede 3 goals in a minute, but they currently need their own 3 goals in a minute, as Sherma is looking to try and get a 4th for Basilisk, though the defense having to double commit to keep that one out. It's late, and another demo, this time from Sherma again, is going to surely see out the first Berlin Basilisk game of the series. Maybe not. Can't be saying anything too soon, as the defense crumbling. My Little Pony going to force this one in, as Basilisk a little bit messy, and a very nervy 17 seconds coming up.
Yeah, definitely. The Basilisks, they haven't really had to do much on defense this game, and now that the questions are being asked to them, that infield pass was pretty undefendable, but that one was definitely a mistake. So final 10 seconds now on the ball in their half, in their corner. They're going to have to do something about it here. My Little Pony might end up with possession. Gets the boost spawn as well. That net is wide open right now. Can he get the dish? It's off the corner. Oh, I thought Limbo was going to be able to keep that one up. That was so tense there for the Basilisks. That net was wide open for a solid 2 or 3 seconds, but the ball just stuck in that corner, not able to get towards the net in time. So I think Basilisks have escaped there, really.
Yeah, they certainly have run away with their tail between their legs, but they have pulled off the Game 3 win with 3 goals. Certainly good for their offensive confidence, of Dusseldorf continue to only score off infield, although their 2nd goal of the game is generous to call it an infield, considering that Berlin Basilisks were the ones that kind of put it in their own net, really.
Yeah, they did do that, yeah.
They certainly will be looking to strike again. That entire tone of the game, as you were saying, Dusseldorf loving to score first, then control, frustrate, and then counter-attack with passing plays. For Berlin to sort of flip that on its head and then get the first goal, it really is something that maybe Berlin should be sitting back earlier, inviting Dusseldorf in to try and play them at their own game with counter-attacks for themselves.
Yeah, that was so big-brained, I'm not even sure I fully understood what you just said.
Oh, I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, the big brain play was at the start of that game when Tima bumped My Little Pony across the field and then passed to him. That was quite something.
Yeah, but we go into game 4 now with Dusseldorf still ahead and Berlin, interestingly, faking the kickoff and instantly giving up possession, although a demo there should allow them to transition onto offense now, although Tima going to cut this one out, is on the wall trying to get a 50-50, but ends up over the top of that one. Mocky got sort of a block, but it's not really going to work out. Actually acts as an infield pass for Dusseldorf. Sherman, he's got a bit of an open net here if he can get this one past Tima, but the net's stacked now, and it is going to be Limbo just flipping that one over to the side into safety, and Tima trying to get it into the midfield. But we are seeing Berlin more and more actually working as a team now. You know, there's not as many, you know, solo plays, air dribbles, flip reset attempts, what have you. It is more a case of just sustained pressure in the corner and keeping that high line on offense.
Yeah, it is. Another infield will come for Tima at the end of it. Limbo is so addicted to infielding, he's actually just clanged it across the field. My Little Pony could barely reach the thing. It's maybe a counter-attack for Yato here. He's tried to flick it inside, but no. Not going to have any luck this time. And earlier in the game, you had to think Sherman might have had a window to shoot on an open net, but he took his time, and maybe it will pay off. This shot going to be post. It's going to bounce off. The shot is saved, though, from My Little Pony, and Dusseldorf will hang on. Berlin somehow not scoring, and down the other end, Tima with an open net. He can't score an open net. This is Dusseldorf. He's got to pass it across, and My Little Pony will get the open net, and Basilisks. Oh, it's a 2-goal miss.
That was a crazy sequence of events there. It all started when one of the Dusseldorf players just took it off the other, and it was such a high aerial that they were out of the play for so long. And then it was the Basilisks on offense. All of them just kind of got baited, thinking, you know, it was a golden opportunity, and then found themselves overcommitting when the ball didn't go in the net. So, Berlin, they were almost able to get one back there off a solo ground play from Yato, but going to stay 1-0 at the moment.
Yeah, Berlin getting so many good chances, but once again, the Dusseldorf defense is standing up to them. It is 6 shots to 1 right now. And we know what that one shot was, as again, Tima outplaying the entire Berlin team. How many times do they have to see Dusseldorf play this one across the field before they learn right now? You're starting to think that they can't read, but the bigger problem is that they can't shoot. Their conversion for this series still almost certainly in the single digits.
I think absolutely they can shoot, but you know, it's just doing it in such a way that the defense is actually challenged. Like we saw them put some decent opportunities on net, but you know, if it's just one player with a predictable kind of carry across the field, it's so easy to challenge that. And when you've got 3 players that are, you know, really respecting each other and communicating well on defense, as Dusseldorf do, those opportunities just aren't gonna really pose a threat. So I think it's the key word right now for Berlin is coordination. If they can start to coordinate between themselves and make life difficult for Dusseldorf, then I think that they'll really start to find success in this series.
Yeah, Mocky sending it hopefully towards the backboard, but Yato, again, like, how are you ever going to score in that situation? Berlin maybe getting a little bit desperate here, as they don't want to be going down to match point. It might not be elimination point, but you do not want to be heading into that lower bracket, as time is beginning to run out. Dusseldorf in their happy place with a lead to defend. Counter-attacks waiting to happen. Infield passes just queuing up to be taken, as Yato is going to try and deny it, and he will with the Doomsy Dish. We talk about the solo play, but it's certainly magnificent when he works, and he takes it round that corner and he tucks it right on in.
Yeah, I managed to get a solo play there, did Yato. There was no one really at that near post challenging. I think many were expecting him to kind of just drop it into the midfield, because the angle there was almost non-existent. He really managed to tuck that one in neatly at the near post. Speaking of tucking in at the near post, Mocky there with a very well-placed shot, but that one going to get saved out by the Dusseldorf defense. But Berlin, they were starting to get a bit of offensive pressure there, but the miss from Mocky is now going to allow Dusseldorf back onto the offense. Yato getting very fortunate with that boost spawning there and is able to carry this one over the top and into the midfield. Is this one going to be put in by Mocky? No, he could not get himself over the top of that ball, and we remain tied here. 1 minute left.
We do. He just snatched at it a little bit, heading too quick into the area, unfortunately, as Dusseldorf again linking up, though no dangerous end to it, though it certainly could be here. The shot towards the far post, but Mocky diving across, making the save. Tima is up for the shot, and the save off the inside of the goal from Yato to deny, but the pressure's still there. Sherma now making the save, and now it's Berlin who are forced back onto the ropes. The punches are rolling from Dusseldorf, but Yato again gonna clear the ball away to the side and keep the Basilisks breathing in this one. The heart is still beating as this next goal is absolutely huge. The infield play is going to get intercepted, but it's going to hit the post. The bounce is dangerous. Limbo caught sleeping, and Yato does it at both ends of the field here. He's going to put it in with just 20 seconds left.
Oh, it's such a hard decision when you're in that position. Do you hit the ball? Do you wait and see if it bounces up? It's so hard to make that decision, and in that instance, unfortunately, it was the wrong one. They have 16 seconds to do Dusseldorf if they want to try and send this game to overtime, but it could be too much. Yato is going to cut this one out and force them to stay in the midfield for a while. This one's going to bounce up quite dangerously. I don't know how much boost Mocky has, enough to clear it. Is there a player from Dusseldorf there? It's going to drop and hit the floor, and Basilisks, they've stolen this one away.
A huge game, this one. The difference between being 3-1 up and having a 2-2 scoreline, absolutely huge. And that man, Yato, showed up massive in that final minute here. Honestly, 2 momentous goals here to keep the Basilisks on level footing in this series. And again, they outshoot heavily, this time 11-4. And coming off that game, you know, it's the first time Dusseldorf have, I believe, lost from a winning position. And last time I remember that happening, their confidence really got shattered. If they're not confident sitting behind their lead, then when would they be confident? And I think it'd be a really interesting dynamic now to see how they come out in Game 5.
Yeah, I think confidence is a very key word, and for Dusseldorf, I think this was definitely their least confident game. They weren't quite stringing together those opportunities on offense as we saw them do so well in game 1 and 2, and the defense definitely looked like it had a few more cracks and holes in it. So this could be the start of Dusseldorf falling apart, and you know, this next game going on to match point now is going to be absolutely crucial. If Basilisks take it, then I could really be worrying for Dusseldorf here, as they struggle so much to come from behind. But whereas if they get ahead, then, you know, we know what Dusseldorf are like when they've got momentum in their favour.
Well, they know it at the moment, though it hasn't proved faithful for them in the last game, as you say it might be the start of them falling apart. You said when they were 2-0 up that last time they were 2-0 up, and sometimes when they are, they can appear to switch off, and it's now been 2 on the bounce for Berlin. And of course, if it was a best of 5, they'd be on the verge of reverse sweeping right now. And Dusseldorf, they need to strike first. Limbo's shot will be high, though a difficult one. It was Mocky. His touch going to force an awkward deflection. Sherma is allowed on the front foot. No early challenge. Does he have the flip reset? Tima is going to come across and make a huge save on the goal line to keep us scoreless here.
Yeah, some great opportunities coming out from both sides early on. And a block in the midfield there is going to be as far as My Little Pony, who opts to pop this one up. And it's going to be a bit of a monster pinch there. He's got plenty of time to collect himself and go for this, although Sherma coming across now to cut that out. I think that is exactly what the Basilisks need to be doing, you know, just playing that disruptive game and not allowing Dusseldorf to coordinate between themselves and look for those infield passing plays like they've done here. Thankfully, that time the shot didn't have that much venom behind it, and we remain scoreless here in Game 5.
So another big block there, high above the Berlin net. My Little Pony is going to try and turn the tide with a pinch, but the ball once again free for the Basilisk. Sherma going to be out Limbo here. The confidence in full flow. The early challenge here onto the backboard. My Little Pony has to make the touch, and he does. Limbo for that counter-attack. Yato will just keep it out there, and that has been the difference between the early games of the series. Now, Basilisk's not getting them free counter-attacks against them, and keeping that clean sheet. And if they strike first, which they do here by Moki, simple ground shot to the top shelf. Once again, the Dusseldorf defense flat-footed, and Berlin have another early lead.
That one just came out of nowhere. It was almost a hook shot, but he just didn't look like he had the momentum to generate power behind it, and it completely caught Dusseldorf off guard, as it did myself. I wasn't expecting a shot there at all, so that one going to be put in very confidently by Moki, and once again a lead for the Basilisks.
Yeah, My Little Pony looking for Tima, but this time the pass going to be off the mark. They could be on the verge of losing 3 games in a row, getting reverse swept, losing a game 5. Is Dusseldorf the German Essex? I'm noticing a lot of similarities right now. But Essex, they won game 6. Maybe the Bath indeed, though Essex in their favour did win game 7, and maybe Dusseldorf would be able to come back despite that in the same manner. The double commit bodes well for them on that Berlin defense. That 50 going in Dusseldorf's favour. The pop is awkward though. Moki can't reach the ball. The bump. Sherma somehow still making the save despite being literally harassed on the goal line. He has kept the ball out.
Yeah, and a huge save for Sherma, because, you know, the more time that the Basilisks are in the lead here, the more pressure it's going to put on Dusseldorf to score. And Dusseldorf under pressure, you know, it never really looks convincing. So they really needed to try and score early if they wanted to stake their claim in winning this game. They're not going to score here either, despite the bullet of a shot from Tima. Almost toe punted that one into the top shelf, but saved away by Moki. And Dusseldorf, you know, they've kind of just run out of answers as Berlin have continued to ask these questions of them.
They have, and Sherma just going to clear the ball. It's funny how the roles have reversed, and Limbo now trying for a solo play as Berlin are the ones defending their 1-goal lead well. It is a complete role reversal right now as Limbo is again trying to work past the defense alone, and he turns it into a pass, but My Little Pony's shot going to get denied by that man Sherma once again, and Yato and Moki buying time on the counter-attack. Sherma allowed to come in. The backboard hit has to be answered, though. Limbo making a good touch. My Little Pony finding Tima. His shot again. Gonna find the mark, but the crossbar gonna come like an angel to the rescue of the Berlin Basilisks following that backflip. As you say, the save would not have been made, and yet the crossbar steps in their time of need.
Dusseldorf, they're almost just shooting themselves in the foot there as a backflip from Limbo on his own goal line almost sent it into his own net. Speaking of sending into your own net, Sherma with an unfavourable touch there, and it's gone the full length of the pitch down the other way. Dusseldorf have got about 30 seconds to build from the back here, and Tima is doing exactly that. Look for the flip reset, wasn't able to find it, and now they've got to start from square one all over again. It's My Little Pony off his own backboard trying to get back to this one, but Yato much faster, able to get the clear away. They're just being penned in their own half right now, still chasing a goal, not able to find anything. 7 seconds left, and it looks like Berlin are probably the more likely to score, unless this one can go cross court and it's poorly defended. It is going to be put down by Dusseldorf, and the Basilisks, they go on to match point with 3 unanswered games.
They do 3 games in a row, and truly the role reversal is complete as Dusseldorf actually had just 1 more shot than their opposition in that game, and yet they were the ones shot out here. Uncharacteristically, you have to think that they must be having an existential crisis in the comms right now. They could have easily had an equaliser with Yato backflipping, right? And yet the crossbar denies them. It feels like nothing is going their way right now. And with 3 games on the bounce for Berlin, who can stop them right now? The server. That's what
the server can stop them, yes.
Yeah, yes. The server has gone down for maintenance. And maybe that's the slight break that Dusseldorf need? Who knows here, as we'll have to be getting that one back up and running for the tactical timeout in the best of 7. Clearly coming through as, yeah, we will be loading up to Game 6 as fast as we can, of course, and just seems so bizarre. 2-0 up once again, Dusseldorf comfortable once again, and it appears to be falling apart once again for them.
Yeah, well, we've already seen a reverse sweep in a best of 5 pretty much, and now all the Basilisks have to do is just win one more. And I mean, both of us said earlier, you know, we thought it was highly unlikely that Dusseldorf would switch off for 4 games. Well, they've done it for 3. Kind of. I mean, you could say they could have gone on to a 3-1 scoreline, but that previous game, or the game previous to the previous game, was stolen away from them at kind of the last second. So, man, this is going to be a real test of Dusseldorf, I think, to win these 2 games on the bounce if they want to take this series in Game 7.
Oh, indeed, it will be that test. It seems so funny imagining them losing 4 games on the bounce, and yet we find ourselves staring it right in the face. Dusseldorf, probably the favourite coming into this series, and yet I'd even said that, and yet I predicted the Basilisks. And by the way, Orion, if a Basilisks do take one of the next 2 games, I'm actually 4 for 4 for predictions on the day, probably for the first time ever.
What, you personally are?
Yeah, I've been flawless so far.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Dusseldorf are just going to win now, aren't they? You just know it. You absolutely know that is exactly what is going to happen.
No, Basilisks. I believe in the Basilisks, man. They won't do me like that. They just need one of the next 2 games. How hard could it possibly be?
Well, I hope someone clips that. And we end up with the result of Dusseldorf. Because, you know, Dusseldorf, we saw them get reverse swept by, I believe it was Rotterdam. But we never know what happens after, you know. It just always stops there. What would happen if we played another game or another game? Like, would Dusseldorf start to come back, maybe? I think we're about to find out, Talacto.
Indeed we are, as that series may have broken them. Their only other game, they went on to lose 3-1 to the Beckett Bears, who of course nipped them to second in Group B because of that, and they're currently staring it right in the face again. This time, they're looking right at the lower bracket though, and they need a response, and Berlin, they're going for aggressive demos, and if that shot was on target, they could have had an early goal again, and Dusseldorf, they need a just nice, comfortable passing play goal to open things up as a nice return to norm.
Yeah, but I don't think the Berlin are going to allow that. They're really feeling themselves. Schirmer is really feeling himself. Couldn't get that double tap, but Yato is there and kind of almost gets the, you know, the double kill, gets the shot and takes out My Little Pony as well.
I mean, My Little Pony actually took out Yato. He paid with his life, but he won't care one bit when he's getting a goal like that off a double touch from Schirmer. As you say, starting to play more and more like a team. Berlin Basilisks are. Their assists per goal is absolute stonks right now, and they're looking for a second right now. Dusseldorf still a ghost of them former selves right now, though. Could the counter-attack prove fatal? Limbo with the shot, but Mocky is back in time, and that has been the thing that has changed. They're trying for the infield, but the whiff on the contact, My Little Pony, you're down on match point here in playoff best of 7. The nerves are starting to show.
Yeah, and you know when Dusseldorf are not able to get those infield passes, that something is really, really going wrong. Just maybe a lack of confidence. Wait a minute. Was that in?
I feel like maybe Berlin would have made the save. Maybe. It was certainly looking like it might have been posted in though.
Yeah, I think it definitely was a roller, but Timo was just on a Sunday drive there, saving his own teammate's shot. I really hope they don't live to regret that one.
They are right now. Schirmer, though, in an awkward position. His touch going to open up the infield, but Yato has seen this one too many times, and he was on that interception if that shot came through. Tima working it around the delayed flip from Limbo. Nice, but just off target, and Berlin are holding on again, though it does not look tidy. Mocky up for the block. Schirmer should be able to follow it up, and he does. Working it downfield here. Another goal for Berlin. Could be fatal. Dusseldorf, the infield, they're trying to strike back, but Tima is shooting from earlier in the series is just gone. He tickled that ball, and that was never going to find the back of the net.
No, I definitely think it is a case of, you know, Dusseldorf's playstyle is very good and very effective, but once it's been figured out, by the opposing team, it's nowhere near as effective. You know, it's very predictable. And I think that's kind of exactly what we're seeing. You know, Berlin, they kind of took 2 games to get wise to it. And then once they were and knew what playstyle they had to go for to try and beat them, it really started to work for them. Bit of an overcommit now, but Yato was able to get that one back and send it into safety in the corner. Team are not able to get the infield pass, getting a bit stuck on the wall there. So Yato trying to get this one into the center. It has dropped into the center, and Limbo had to throw himself in front of it just to get the block in. Mocky with no boost, gonna have to leave this one, but picks up the mid boost now. Should be able to get a challenge in. Limbo has sent this one up high to the ceiling, but it is Mocky with that full tank able to get up there nice and quickly. But Dusseldorf, they are starting to ask some questions now.
Indeed it is, but massive saves have been required on that Dusseldorf defense. Berlin look just as dangerous, but they have the goal. They have the advantage. Could they have 2? No, Yato has basically cleared it for Dusseldorf with his double touch attempt there, and maybe an overcommit. We've seen it strike bad. Bad news for Berlin before, but that flick not going to find its target. Limbo, a nearly impossible flick he had to pull off there, and Sherma is going to kill more time off the clock, and it feels like this has gone past in the blink of an eye. Less than 90 seconds. Dusseldorf have to get an equalizing goal, or they will be headed for the lower bracket.
Yeah, they will, and it looks like it's going to happen here. Berlin, they've managed to get 2, and now Dusseldorf's task is just that little bit harder. I don't know if they're up to it, Tylacto.
I don't know. It's a big sad in chat for Dusseldorf, losing 4 games on the bounce. They could be. They need to do what they have been victims of before. They need the quick goals in succession. They just haven't had the offense. They just haven't had the confidence. Berlin are free flow right now. They haven't been perfect, but they have been confident, and Sherma off that corner here. He's going to get it past 2. He's going to have time. He's going to have space. He's going to have the ball, and that shot, unfortunately, is going to turn into a bump. Yato with that shot. Will it be a no? The demo and the save, but Berlin are still the ones looking dangerous. Limbo, he has to score. The counter-attack, he had no boost. Just had to shoot and hope, but Yato with a routine save is going to kill more time off the clock. Berlin, they can taste it. They can taste the upper quarterfinals, the match against Groningen Martinis. They want it now. 30 seconds on the clock. Dusseldorf, they need to strike back. Yato, he's going to run it downfield again. Limbo's hit unaimed. Dusseldorf always usually finding their teammates, but when all they're finding is red players, the nerves are coming through. It's dangerous. Yato was the most likely person to score that one. Wouldn't have been the first own goal from Basilisk, and that's over. It downfield. Sherma gonna put it from end to end, and the Berlin Basilisk have slaughtered Dusseldorf here in 4 games in a row. Once again, a story of 2 halves, and Dusseldorf are going down.
Yeah, Dusseldorf, they had to throw everything at those last 30 seconds, and they did exactly that. Not able to find anything, and in doing so, overcommitting and conceding that 3rd goal. Berlin, they just warmed up more and more as that series went on, and they have managed to come up with the win here. 4 games on the row, as you say. Dusseldorf getting the first 2, and then just an absolute onslaught ensued from the Berlin Basilisks. So they have now booked their spot in the upper bracket and will go on to face the GEA Fair Play Martinis.
Indeed they are. As I just want to say, 4-4 on the day. I am confirmed flawless prediction, although the shame is that I actually put Dusseldorf to win this on the actual prediction bracket earlier, so clearly I changed my mind for the better, and I just feel so bad for Dusseldorf. It feels like the second time they've looked like one of the best teams in the competition. They've looked like they're going to walk their way to a series win, and then no, they just crumble, fall to pieces. And then the Berlin Basilisk constantly knocking at the door. The conversion wasn't always there, but when they're slaughtering non-stop offense, if the confidence in the defense from Dusseldorf isn't there, then they can't help but concede.
Yeah, well, maybe it's me, you know, both series I've casted, they've looked so good, and then it's just been a switches flip, so maybe I should stop casting Dusseldorf and they might have a bit more luck. But, you know, credit to the Basilisks. It really looked like they kind of figured out that Dusseldorf was a bit of a pun, a one-trick pony just with those infield passing plays, and they were able to kind of break them down and go, you know, if we stop sending one person at a time and send everyone at once, you know, taking a leaf out of Team Queso's book, who were victorious just, I believe it was yesterday, then, you know, they really did start to break Dusseldorf down, and were starting to play, you know, to their strength and Dusseldorf's weaknesses. So yeah, very well played to Berlin there, and they will advance in that upper bracket now.
Indeed, they will. As I can confirm, we will have an interview with Yato of the Berlin Basilisks following that monumental win for them, truly keeping them and sending them to the upper quarterfinals. What a result for them. Of course, we'll have more upper bracket games tomorrow and lower bracket, and the final lower bracket game on Wednesday as well. Not tomorrow, Wednesday, by the way. We want to get that interview set up for you as fast as we can, and we'll be back on the panel right after the break.
It's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. 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 I killed it. I killed it, it's murder.
Welcome back to the EURC broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an interview, as promised, from the Berlin Basilisks following that, probably I would say, upset win 4-2 over the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. What a series. Yato, I mean, I think if there was a standout performance at times, you were looking magnificent. How much of a roller coaster was that for you during that series, especially after the first two games, and how did you turn it around?
To be honest, our mentality was a little bit down after the first two games. I think that's something we struggle with at times. I actually don't know how we kind of got back to it. We just focused on some key points for us because we kind of were overcommitting a lot, especially like the third man, you know, when we were in offense, and Düsseldorf just perfectly punished that with good passes. And I think they actually continued to do that, but we kind of, I don't know, we kind of played a little bit more safe as the third man and still kept our pressure, still played very aggressively, and that just, you know, what like in the end made us stand out a little bit more than they, I think.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I mean, Wet Tiger, coming into the series, you predicted Dusseldorf to win this one. I mean, I think it's fair to say you can ask Yato what you want, but I think first things first, you owe him an apology, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, definitely. I have to apologize to him. Like like I said before the game, Düsseldorf and Berlin Basilisks are my two favorite teams, and the Basilisks are the team that is pretty much the most dangerous if they get hot. And if they get hot, they pretty much can beat anyone. And if they can stay as hot as they have been the last 4 games, I don't know who can stop them beside maybe Berlin.
We certainly could have a Berlin semi-finals. I mean, how do you feel about that possibility, Yato? Or are you just focusing on the next matchup against the Martinis?
Yeah, obviously on the next matchup first of all, but we are like all really hyped to play Phoenix again, so we're really looking forward to that. We played them in the league, obviously, and it was a really close matchup. We lost 2 unfortunate overtimes there, so I think, as what Tiger said, when we're really on fire, I think we can let them struggle a little bit. So definitely looking forward to that. But obviously, first of all, the next game is really important. Really strong lineup from them as well, so we got to focus on that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, while we got Yato here for the late night party interview, Ryan, I mean, anything you'd like to ask him, because that was quite the down and up series for them, right?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of pick up on the fact that, we were seeing that Dusseldorf's gameplay was quite black and white. They would look for the infields on offense and they would just kind of turtle up and coordinate themselves on defense. Was that something that you kind of became wise to and changed your play style, or did you just kind of build into the series and keep things the same way and eventually start to break them down?
Yeah, like kind of as I said earlier, that they were, like you said, really defensive in the first 2 games, but also punished really good. Like when one of us was just a little bit off in the third man rotation, they just punished it with a good pass and a shot on goal, and we just like suffered 2 annoying losses from that. But yeah, we just really tried to keep it together, really tried to stay aggressive, really aggressive. We had some debatable challenges, but it worked out. We had some good plays as well, good team plays. In the first, I think it was the second game, the play from the ceiling with the pass down, I think there was a highlight play maybe. So yeah, just that's what we do best, I think, just playing aggressive, kind of full rushing in, full sending it, and hoping for the best, and also maybe thinking a little bit. Maybe we're thinking a little bit more in this series. That's actually a good thing, I think.
Maybe. I mean, we were commenting during the series that you actually have one of the lowest assists per goal ratio. Clearly, most of your goals often come in from solo plays.
Yeah,
I think the one you're referencing was indeed a magnificent 3-man passing play up to the backboard and back down. It really was quite something. I mean, even looking to your group, I mean, that nervy last series against the Birmingham Badgers that saw you go rifling up into the top 3. But when you look at it, your only 2 losses were in game 5s to both other UK sides, the Salford Lions and the Portsmouth Paladins. Now, none of them are in your immediate path, but if you do end up not winning the entire thing flawlessly, which most people would probably predict might not be the case, then, do you want to try and get revenge on Portsmouth or Salford, or do you feel like those game 5s were possibly deserved, or is there a little bit of vengeance there?
Definitely a little bit of vengeance, because that was painful. That was really painful. I mean, it was the second game, the first game on stream for us. To be honest, we're not scrimming that often together. We're kind of, winging it on the game day. But, it works, I guess, right now. But on that day, we played well. We played really good. But then kind of really key moments just kind of turned back on us. We were basically in the lead in game 5, 10 seconds before the game was over, and we still managed to lose that. And reverse sweeping always hurts. So definitely looking for a vengeance, but like props to all of them. They are amazing players, just like Düsseldorf too. They're a really good lineup, and just overall it was a really fun series to play in.
Yeah, it was an even more fun series to watch and cast, and I hope you enjoy watching it back as well. Tiger, I'll give you our guest Yato here the last question of the night. Anything you want to ask him about his life story, his autobiography, anything, or I mean, they're still in the upper bracket, feeling pretty damn good, secures them a higher placement. The last question is all yours, Wet Tiger.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you will win this tournament?
No, none. Obviously, we'll win this.
All right, well, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, no doubt Berlin Basilisks are going to no doubt win the tournament. You heard it here from Yato, who's phoned in, and as it's turned out, someone's already cut his phone line. That's been so controversial that we just can't really say anything else. Of course, we will be back on Wednesday with more action from the playoff bracket. We've got the other upper bracket games. Beckett Bears against the Mojitos. Another all-German matchup. FHGW against Engine Stuttgart, as well as all-UK matchup. Bournemouth against Kiel, not to mention the elimination match. We saw the last Irish team in the competition eliminated at the start of today. Could we see the same for Belgium here? ULB will be going up against York, and you don't want to be down in that lower bracket. The winner of that series plays Düsseldorf, by the way. And of course, to see those matches, you'll have to tune in again on Wednesday. Thank you very much for being here. I know we've had a blast. Thank you, Yato, for joining us here on this.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, we will see you all next time. Thank you very much.
What did I know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. And I did it all for love. Yes, I did it all for love. Oh, they say fools believe in it, so I guess I'm one of them. Oh, don't you know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold.